good? Is that... Ugh. I've made a makeshift stand for this phone with a roll of paper towel. And I'm just kind of like leaning it on there. I think it should be good though. Hey everyone, I'm doing more middle of the night maintenance, early morning maintenance. And I did this on Instagram a couple weeks ago. I had a few people come in, so I'm not expecting a big turnout. But I just figured I'd make more of these, and if anyone wants to watch, just, you know, let me know in the comments below. But yeah, we got more maintenance to do today. Once weekly maintenance, I'm actually splitting it this time between 2 days, so yeah, whatever. But as always, I start with my beetle shelf, and then I work on the roach shelf. Probably tomorrow I'll do the roaches, but today I'm just gonna try to get through a bunch of maintenance. Tomorrow I have to pack some stuff too, so I maybe might stream while doing that. I don't know if anyone would be interested in seeing that, but yeah, I was supposed to be packing today, but scheduling issues got in the way of that, so I'll be packing up my orders for tomorrow. So in the meantime, I'll do maintenance and make the most of my time. But yeah, I'm excited, guys, because I just got recently a species of metallic Paraspheris from Singapore, which I've tentatively ID'd as Paraspheris flavipes. So right now it's Paraspheris CF flavipes from the, I think it's Central Catchment Reserve Park in Singapore, I think. So yeah, those are really cool. I love Paraspheris, probably my favorite, one of my favorite roach genre. Maybe my favorite roach genus, just because they, well, is there even a point? Yeah, let's try to put that down a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I think that's better for seeing what I'm doing. They are the roly-poly roaches, so really cool that they're able to conglomerate into a ball. Some species can even roll up around their newborn offspring. Some females carry them underneath their abdomens and thoraxes, just like some pseudoglomerus do. So far, I think maybe one species in culture in Europe does that, but most Parasaurs can't do that, and they don't carry their babies. But a few do, and I don't know if these Parasaurs from Singapore will be one of those that do. But if they do, that'd be really cool. If not, still, it's cool. The mothers are fairly maternal. For the first instar or so, they shield the babies and rest on top of them. And hey, Exotic Wilderness, welcome to the stream. First member. But yeah, so I'm excited to have a new Parasaurus species, and a metallic copper green one at that. So I'm really hoping those do well for me. We'll see how they fare. I did have a metallic species from Malaysia at one point, and those were a huge pain in the ass. I had a few females of those give birth, but the babies all died within the first couple instars. I think due to let's try to get that out of the way. I'm pretty sure due to the fact that I think they were nectar feeders, because their heads were really, really thin and cylindrical compared to most Paraspheris. So I think that's why the babies had a very high mortality rate and didn't really not. I think one made it to an adult male and then died shortly after maturing, and I didn't have any females make it to maturity. So that species from Kota Kinabalu, Malaysia. I think were nectar feeders. These ones from Singapore have slightly more normal shaped heads, but it's still pretty narrow, so I am offering these new Paraceras a nectar substitute as well. So just boiled water and then mixed in brown sugar and white sugar, and storing that in the fridge. Right, so that should be, and then I put that, pour that into some crumpled up paper towels and put that in a little dish for them. Because obviously offering them just a cap full of liquid would be kind of dangerous and they might drown. And that's the last thing I need. So, yeah, that is the game plan with them. Also offering, fruits and dog food and artificial pollen and all that good stuff. So, hopefully I can succeed in breeding them because I would love a metallic Parasphaera species to be established in culture. There is one metallic species in European culture right now, Parasphaera CF glomeriformis from Panay, Philippines. Those they've been breeding for multiple people, and I haven't heard anything about them being nectar feeders or requiring that kind of stuff. So those might be a fairly easy Paraceras to breed. I'm hoping to get my hands on some next year. We'll see. I have a contact who has expressed interest in trading them for something that I have, so I might be able to get my hands on those next year when their colony builds up a bit more. But in the meantime, I'm very excited to have these new Singapore Parasphaeras, so hopefully they do well for me. I got 2 adult females, an adult male, and then 3 female nymphs that are not going to mature in time for the male to mate with them, but so the hope lies on those 2 adult females I got breeding. So we shall see. I'll do my best. I also have more. Hopefully, we'll be getting more Parasphaerus pygmaeus soon because my colony of those did not take off. Or rather, I was unable to salvage them from their crash despite getting multiple more females from Chandra Orr, I think, last year. I thought they needed a diapause maybe, and that's why they weren't doing so well, but I've talked with some people that have kept them warm year-round for multiple years without having crashes, so I don't think that was the reason. They might just require drier conditions than I gave mine. Or no, I think it's actually, I talked with someone and they said they keep them pretty humid year round and not super well ventilated. And I think I've been having some problems with certain Parasphaerinae over the last couple of years, and I think that the issue is my air humidity is so abysmal, and when I combine that with really high ventilation, which with higher air humidity, high ventilation is really good, but with my really low air humidity, they don't really love having a ton of ventilation because that decreases the air humidity faster than can be replaced with having a moist area of the substrate. But if I were to keep a lot of these species, if I were to keep them completely humid to mitigate that, then the surface of the hides and most of the substrate would also be too moist physically for them to enjoy. So it's going to be a delicate balance of giving them enough ventilation that they'll still breed at a normal rate, because Parasphaerinae do like high ventilation, but not super high, so that I can avoid keeping the enclosure too humid but still retain a decent amount of air humidity between waterings. So that's the goal. So basically I'm going to be decreasing my ventilation for a lot of my Parasphaerinae. from here on out to maybe mostly lid ventilation and then just a little bit of cross ventilation, or vice versa. I think that should work better. But for now, so yeah, so that's what I'm going to be trying when I get the Parasaurus pygmaeus. I'm hoping to get a good big group of Parasaurus pygmaeus, and hopefully the colony will just skyrocket from there. But let's see, do I have any comments? Nope. That is the wrong button. Comments. Top chat. Live chat. Yeah, let's see that. This is my first time doing a YouTube live, so yeah, okay, that should be good. Which I think there's again, there's probably a time limit on this, and I don't know how long it is. It said, I think 25 minutes plus how many subscribers you have, so I think that's a minute per subscriber. I have 455 subscribers despite like barely ever uploading to this channel. So I should be able to live stream for at least a few hours. So we'll see. Eventually I'd like to get the YouTube channel up to, more subscribers, uploading more frequently, maybe getting a YouTube partnership so I could, actually make money off of YouTube a little bit. But I mean, we'll see. I don't have a lot of time for that kind of stuff with my day job, or as I should say, night job. Stocking shelves at Walmart. But who knows, maybe in the future I'll be able to upload with more frequency. Right now I'm caring for the Aloides spinipes macrua, giant Texas darkling beetles, and simultaneously using their larvae to feed some of my larger click beetle larvae. Because my favorite feeders for large click beetles are Aloides larvae, because they're nice and big, plump, and kind of soft compared to superworms. Superworms make decent feeders as well, but they have a thicker shell, and the meat to shell ratio is better in Aloides than in Sophobus, in my opinion. And I have a lot of Aloides larvae, so I might as well use them as feeders. If I don't feed them all off, so they the ones that I don't pupate just end up expiring once they've been large enough for long enough. So this puts those large larvae to good use, because I don't really need to pupate or want to pupate hundreds of Aloides at a time. So, alright, that's good. Okay, next up, a nice fat stack. Oh, it looks like we got another person in the chat. Oh, that's nice. And okay, I get it. I think you can live stream unlimitedly. I used to stream random video games on YouTube. That's good to know. They may have changed some things. More recently, they've made several new changes, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Hey, Tennyson, how's it going? These are my smooth pie-dish beetles. They're not doing so hot. I might lose these. I might need to get more from Kyle. I don't know why, but like my adults have been having such large die-offs even after maturing. They seem to be very sensitive to humidity fluctuations, and I rehoused them recently, but I think I gave them too little of substrate, so in between waterings they were drying out too much. So I think I lost most of my adults because of that, and I did find a few large larvae. I put them into pupation, so hopefully I can get at least a few to maturity, get a couple pairs, and get a nice colony going again. But if not, I might have to get some more from Kyle if he still has them. So Kind of sucks, but what can you do? I did give them a lot more substrate as well, so to try to mitigate that. So, yeah, just trying. Oh, look, I think I got another. I wish the freaking comments would stay on pinned chat. Yeah. Alright. Aloides literalis. These guys are so cute. These little, teeny tiny little darklings. Can I show one on camera? You can see it. Just try to get out my fingers. These are the dwarf woolly darkling beetles. They're really tiny, but they're really cute, completely covered in fuzz. Super prolific and super fast growing as well. And these guys, I just pupate communally. I've given them a couple inches of substrate, and they just all pupate in the humid side. And yeah, they're really, really cool little species. Underappreciated, but maybe they'll catch on in popularity in the future. Darklings in general are pretty underrated, but except for blue death paintings and I guess Adroides are pretty popular too. So basically all the stuff that's a pain in the butt to breed is popular, and all the easier to breed species are shunned, essentially. But you know what? Found what I think is a sexed pair of Dermestes ader in my mom's bedroom, just randomly flying around. So I'm gonna try to breed those. But I just found a dead darkling, so I dumped it in their container. Because they'll eat it, or their larvae will. Ooh, and speaking of Dermestes, though, I should be getting a ton of Dermestes lardarius from my friend Brandon Maines, who he's cleaning out his kitchen. He's gonna be moving soon, and he found a whole bunch of them under like a random pile of dog food that was under a shelf, and a whole bunch of Dermestes lardarius larvae. So he scooped them all up for me, and will be sending them to me shortly. So branching out into more Dermestids. I like Dermestids. They're cool, and so far pretty easy. And I have enough dead bugs accumulating in enclosures now that I pretty much always have a food source for them. So might as well put that to use instead of throwing them all out. And I'm pretty sure I know Dermestes ader invade cricket tubs and can survive on just dead insects. I think Dermestes lardarius can also survive on just like larger dead roaches and dog food. I know they like more meaty foods normally, like vertebrate flesh. Vertebrate flesh is one of their favorites, but I think they'll breed on. I mean, obviously they're breeding on just dog food in Brandon's house, so I should be able to breed those too. So I love my miscellaneous food storage pests. Speaking of which, I have succeeded in breeding what's their name? The meal moths, not the Indian meal moths, the I think native ones. Gosh, what's their name? Pyralis, something Pyralis. I think Pyralis is the species name. I could be wrong. Maybe that's the genus name. But those meal moths, I have successfully started a little culture of them. And if I grow that out, maybe I'll start selling from them. I don't know. Yeah, Pyralis. I feel like no one's gonna buy them. But just having them available. Like, the adults I feel like could be used for, like mantis feeders and stuff, and they're super easy to breed. And I don't think they're vectors for Wolbachia. I think only the Indian meal moths are. So, I will. So, yeah. I love the nymphs of Arnavaga. They're so bright. They are, well, hatchlings are, and then some species do have pretty bright nymphs. Arenovaga Booleana nymphs are pretty dark after their first couple instars. Trying to think. Arenovaga CF Grotto nymphs can be pretty dark too, but they're pretty variable in coloration. But yeah, most Arenovaga nymphs are pretty bright, and it's cool when that contrasts with species with darker adults. So, my single freaking pair of Blabberus chocoensis, CF chocoensis. And I'm kind of annoyed that I only ended up with one healthy female due to my own stupidity. But I think I'll still be able to breed them, just gonna take a heck of a long time to build that colony back up. But I do really like how these look compared to other Blabberus. But yeah. I was really excited. I was gonna try to get a species of basically Pseudoglomerus magnifica sized Paraspheris, which is huge for Paraspheris. From Yunnan. Well, they're collected in Yunnan. But it didn't pan out. Got too cold too fast this year. Here in the fall. And by that I mean there's like freaking frost here in Idaho, and there's snow on some parts of the East Coast already, so didn't pan out for this year, but hopefully in spring I'll be able to get some, because I really want at least one species of metallic Paraspheris to be established in the hobby, and I want a giant species of Paraspheris. And if I can get more than that, then fantastic. But at the very least, I do want more variety of the Paraspheris we have available in the hobby. Because, again, probably my favorite roach genus. As a whole. So... these guys... Next up, Loides osculans. These guys randomly just stopped breeding for me. I don't know why. I have plenty of adults, so I'm not worried. I think might just be the shortened photo period. Seems to do, even like a lot of Aloides species and darklings in general don't necessarily require a diapause, a cool period during the winter, but nevertheless a lot of them just stop breeding during the winter, period. And I think that has to do with the photo period shortening during the winter. And that's a bit annoying. Their, reproduction essentially ceases come winter time, but then usually picks right back up in the spring. So just a little bit of a pause. But it sucks because some people have been asking me for these, and I have to turn them down and say, hey, nope, colonies in its dormancy right now. Another dead darkling into the Dermestes. Up it goes. Die. Oh, fly. And Dermestes are much more quicker to fly than Trogoderma or Anthrenus, I've found, which are the other two Dermestid genre I'm working with. So that's a bit annoying, but what can you do? I like darklings a lot. They don't fly. Most of them can't fly. Fuse the Elytra, baby. No hind wings. Except, of course, all the freaking grain pest and feeder species. Most of those have wings. But still aren't as quick to fly as Dernestes are. Okay. What else? What other exciting updates do I have? I haven't posted about this on my blog yet, but I did finally get babies from my Panestia angustipennis Sabah, Malaysia Goldwing form. That is a mouthful of a name, of a strain name, but I got babies from them. Goldwing Panestia, finally. Took them like, I want to say, 8 months maybe, gestation period? Maybe longer. But looks like I got 1 or 2 healthy broods from them already, and probably more on the way, because the first birth is always what takes the longest, and then after that it's pretty much every 6 months I get broods from my Panestia. So happy to finally have those established, and might start dispersing them in the hobby here shortly. At least to a couple of my buddies, and then from there, publicly. But yeah, so that's exciting. Another Panestia. I might be getting Panestia angustipennis spatica soon, as well, which is another species I've been wanting for a while. It's a so I think, yeah, we'll have 3 Panestia angustipennis subspecies in the hobby here. Should be great. The Spatica are the least colorful. They're completely black at all life stages, but at the same time, it's pretty kind of neat to have a roach that's completely jet black and glossy at essentially all life stages, except probably as youngins. And I think they're larger than Cognata, but not as large as angustipennis. So that'll be nice, having yet another angustipennis subspecies. So that'd be lovely. And then I have a few other things in the works too, but nothing I'm gonna announce just yet. Just so I don't jinx anything, but this will hopefully be a nice fall for new additions for my collection, but we'll see. At the very least, I'm hoping it'll be a nice fall for establishing cultures of stuff that I've already received. In particular, some of the new Paraspherinae I've received, and other stuff. Oh, I'll also be getting Pseudoglomerus area back here this coming week. I had sold Junior Marquez a group, and sent the last of my previous colony of area to Brandon Maines. Unfortunately, both of them have had neither luck in establishing colonies. Brandon's had a lot of mortality with them once they reach adulthood. Junior seems to have had some mortality with them as nymphs, and then the remaining adults were not a nice sex ratio. So they're both sending their few remaining individuals to me. I'm going to try to get them established again. No guarantee that that'll happen, considering again, I essentially failed with mine and sent them all to Brandon in hopes that he would be able to do something with them. But I'm pretty sure the reason why I failed was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I gave them too much ventilation with too low air humidity. Also combined with the fact that pseudoglomerous nymphs, especially younger nymphs, seem to prefer bark that has a lot of little nooks and crannies in it to hide in, or else they get kind of stressed out and also possibly dehydrated, uh, which again is worsened by the fact that I have abysmal air humidity. So I got cork bark recently, which is a great hide for Paris Fairney, probably the best hide choice you could give them. I got a bunch of that recently from US Invertebrates LLC, Sean Kramer. Many thanks to him. And I got that specifically for my Paris Fairney, and I'm hoping that the area will appreciate that. I'm going to give them less ventilation as well, while still keeping things semi-humid. And well, as soon as I get them, I'm putting them into diapause. So hopefully in the spring, they will mature. I'll start maturing and breed and stuff. So it's my hope that I can more successfully keep them this time and get them established in the U.S. But yeah, so we'll see. Hopefully I can breed those, because if not, then they're kaput here for now. But yeah, so would be nice. No guarantee, obviously. I feel like I had another point with the area too that I thought may have been the cause of their demise, but I can't recollect it right now, so whatever. Oh, well, yeah, I was just going to say that the hides I used last time for my area were completely flat bark hides. So, yeah, cork should work better. Also going to try Pseudoglomerus tarsalis again, which I think I failed with for basically the same reasons as area. So, yeah, this is going to be a big winter for Paris Fairney for me, so hopefully by springtime I'll have a lot of nice established cultures. Also, hopefully getting more Pseudoglomerus cookfwang from Kyle soon, hopefully. So, yeah, gonna be a blast. Live chat, let's see anything. And, oh, bye, Exotic Wilderness. Way too late. Did I say that? Okay. No one's here right now. I can say whatever I want. Isopods are overrated. Oh wait, I'm uploading this. I'm gonna upload this dead stream. So crap. Well, I'm gonna be burned at the stake now for saying that. They really are, though. They really are. I like isopods, you know. But I think they're overrated in general compared to roaches and beetles. But that's just a matter of personal opinion, of course. Everyone has their favorite things to work with. My God, how the isopod hobby has blown up. Back in my day, I was one of the few people who gave a crap about isopods in general. I was collecting every species I could from my backyard, all the European adventives that are found here in Idaho. And, with having Armadillidium vulgare, Porcellanites prunosus, Celesticus convexus, Porcellus scaber, Oniscus ocellus, that was basically like one of the largest isopod collections in the U.S. at the time, because that was basically all that was available. Trichelopus rathke as well. Like having 6 or 7 species of isopod used to be like, wow, that's like the most isopods that you can collect at a time, and no one cares. If you don't have dwarf whites or dwarf purples, no one cares. Those are the only species that had any utility back in the day. Perseus scaber people would use as you know, cleaner crews and bioactives, but that's kind of frowned upon because they're pretty protein hungry and not the best cleaner crews for that reason. For some species, I guess I did have Porcelia dilatatus as well. So yeah, I had a decent collection back in the day. And then I was the first to isolate a morph in the Oniscus ocellus. The Oniscus ocellus Mardi Gras Dalmatians was my creation, my one significant contribution to the isopod hobby. Which is not so significant nowadays. But yeah, those were the days. And then we started getting all the new Spanish. It started with the Spanish Porcelio craze. We got a whole bunch of those species in. Then Cubaris, and then it just exploded from there. And the hobby, not a huge fan of the isopod hobby in general. Just the turn it's taken. Very money hungry, very a lot of scammers, obviously. Just kind of gone down the drain. But that's the case with any hobby that gets very popular within a short time frame. When you go from just a few enthusiasts who are very knowledgeable, who have put in the time to research what they're keeping, you know, and that is their like main interest in life, versus a whole bunch of people keeping them because they're easy to get, they're cute, and you know, there's nothing wrong with those new breeders, those keepers who just want a few species and keep them just because they're cute, and that there's nothing wrong with that, obviously. But you get a lot of those people, and a lot of people trying to make money off of those people. You get scammers, you get toxic, assholes who, are just, kind of jerks, and it gets cliquey, basically. But when hobbies are smaller, it is nicer, a less hostile environment, I feel. Which is kind of why my favorite hobby is still the roach hobby, just because it is that nice size where it's still, there's still always new species coming into the hobby. There's still, you still get a decent amount of people keeping, it can be somewhat profitable, but at the same time, it's not super money hungry. You don't have, people smuggling in endangered species by the dozens just to make a quick buck. People are generally more nice. There's assholes in every hobby, but it's nicer when the hobbies are a bit smaller, in my opinion. And I know I sound like an old man, back in my day, but yeah, that's just my opinion. But still, it is nice, especially with the iSpot hobby, when every week there's a new species entering the hobby. It's cool. But at the same time, like, there are some species entering the hobby that shouldn't be entering the hobby, that are very, being over-collected, which is generally not a concern with roaches. Usually you get 1 or 2 imports of a roach, period, and if you don't establish them, then they're just gone from the hobby at that point, very rarely recollected. And when they are collected, they're collected in groups of a dozen or less, typically, at a time. So not much pressure on wild populations, even for species with limited population sizes. Versus isopods, there'll be several species entering the hobby that come from, they are only found in, 1 cave system in the wild. And these people are collecting every single individual they can find and pushing them towards extinction pretty quickly, just to supply the pet trade. and half of those imports die very shortly after arrival because they are being brown boxed and shipped in less than ideal conditions, um, and then subjected to conditions that may be less than ideal in captivity because we don't know anything about them. So, yeah, kind of sucks, but you know, I'm just ranting at this point. I'm gonna refill water bottle, and I'll be right back. I'm back and better than ever. Yeah, I gotta missed a couple of these that I didn't miss before. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep conversation up, even though there's literally no one watching this right now, just so that the dead stream is not me sitting in silence, poking through bug enclosures that you guys can't even see the bugs in. So, trying to think of new things to talk about while I am doing maintenance. Got a bunch of aloides, well not, but I got 3 species of aloides from Kyle a couple months ago, which I have, which do not have IDs, which I'm trying to get identified. I finally took the time to get pictures of them and then edit those pictures so that they're not trash. And then sent said pictures to Andrew Johnston, who's my go-to guy. He's a taxonomist, a darkling beetle taxonomist specializing in North American tenebrionids. And he has been very helpful and generous in identifying darklings for me in the past. His specialty lies in the tribe Amphidorini, which includes Iloides, Embathian, Trogloderus, and a couple of other obscure genera. And so usually when I have an Iloides species that I don't know offhand what it is, because that genus is so large and has so many similar looking species, I'll often just get as good pictures of them as I can and send them to Andrew, and he's usually able to identify them. So I've done that, and I'm waiting on a reply from him. So hopefully we can get IDs for these species. because I like adding new darklings, new Aloides species to culture, and people are more inclined to want to get said species when they have an idea on them. So, we'll see where that goes. Okay. That must be... We got a new watcher. I wish we just showed having. No, it doesn't say anything. I wish the chat would just kind of stay on the screen for me while I'm streaming. On the phone, at least. And I have to press the freaking buttons every time. That's a little annoying. And probably nauseating for anyone watching. These do not need maintenance today. This is a box just absolutely full of deli cups of random darklings and just darklings that I'm either trying to pupate or most of it is actually like Cryptoglossa and Asbolus larvae, which I need to keep separately for the best chances of survival because they are pretty cannibalistic. Even with a heavily nutritious substrate because they're very protein hungry. So burying protein sources in the substrate does help a lot in mitigating some of the cannibalism. But I still like to isolate them for the best results. I say best results. They're not like the highest priority things I keep. So I get a few maturing here and there, and that's enough for me. I'm not really focusing on turning them into sellable colonies at the moment. So here I have a few Aloides Riley larvae that are pre-pupal. And so here's a helpful thing when keeping darklings. If you're digging through your substrate, or in between maintenance, you check your enclosure and you see larvae like this on top of the substrate, usually in the more moist corner, that are relatively immobile. They can only really gyrate, crawl. Sometimes they can crawl very slowly if they're not heavy into the prepupal stage, and they're also usually kind of a J shape, kind of curved around here, and then towards the head, their head's usually like bent downwards. And at that point, they're prepupal. So they probably tried constructing a pupal cell at the bottom of their enclosure, but other larvae that are housed with them destroyed said pupal cells, and through their digging activities, they rose to the substrate, to the top of the substrate. And so when you have larvae like that, they need to be isolated right away, because if you just leave them in the enclosure, first of all, the top of the substrate is usually too dry for them to either molt to pupation or just survive as a pupa. And also, they usually just get snacked on by their tank mates. Not always, but if there's not a lot of food in the enclosure already, if I don't have a nutritious substrate, which I'm going to be honest, I keep most of my darklings on coconut fiber just because they don't really need a nutritious substrate as long as you're feeding them. Then you need to isolate these, and so I just put them on, usually a layer of humid substrate. In fact, in a deli cup, which I already have one prepared right here. It's best that you make a little bit of a concave depression at the bottom. Actually, I'm not going to put them in this substrate. I'm going to put them in one of my darkling things. Using these tackle boxes for pupating darklings, just because it's pretty convenient. It already comes with a bunch of cells in it, and then you just put them in separate cells. And because I sterilized all the substrate prior to use, so I know it doesn't have any pathogens in it, which darkling beetles can be pretty susceptible to. So there we go. But yeah, so, and of course, issues like this can be mitigated if you have them in several inches of substrate with a vertical humidity gradient. A lot of species can be pupated communally. You'll lose some larvae in the process, obviously, but usually you'll get enough maturing that successfully that it doesn't matter. But for smaller darkling cultures, they usually start them off in pretty small enclosures and choose to isolate larvae for pupation just because it's easier for me to monitor the colony's overall health and numbers that way. But alternatively, you can just start them off in a fairly large enclosure with several inches of substrate, let them pupate communally, and usually you'll be good to go, but I prefer to micromanage them a bit. Just to ensure everything's going good when establishing the culture, and saves a little bit of space too if you do it that way. And I'm able to make sure that if they get any fungal pathogens, I can take care of the problem quickly before it's too late. Alright, let's put these away. And, what is this? What is this? Oh, this is underneath those. Oh. I just rehoused these the other day. I didn't recognize the enclosure right off the bat. This is my Tenebrio obscurus enclosure. I've had these housed in a freaking takeout cup for like a year now, and finally decided to dedicate a shoebox to them, because why not? There's hundreds of them in there, so might as well upgrade them. And then maybe I can actually start selling bulk lots. I don't know if y'all can hear the chirping, by the way, but that is, if you can, those are my Grylus species Fort Morgan, which are fairly large and pretty species of Grylus. Happy to report I got a bunch of babies from them already. Probably not going to sell from the first generation though, because it does seem like cannibalism is a little bit of an issue with this species, as it is with a lot of the North American Grylus. Also, my females died before my males did, which is kind of annoying. I think maybe had them in too small of an enclosure to start. But those I also just rehoused. I rehoused those to a 5-gallon bin, so that problem should be taken care of for the next generation. But yeah, I have several males still alive, and they're just chirping away. But I really love Grylus chirps. They're so calming compared to freaking Acheta. So, yeah. Just checking the chat. Nothing. Alright, what do we get? Notobias pubillus. some more random small darkling colonies. Random projects in this deck. I had several darklings get infected with entomophagus fungus over the summer, which is really annoying, so I've been quarantining those and ridding them of said fungus and then restarting cultures. Which seems to be going fairly smoothly for most that got infected. Several of said colonies are already completely recovered, so that's nice, but there's a few I'm still waiting on for full recovery. I don't really know how they got infected, but I've been very religiously sterilizing all materials going into their enclosures. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of annoying, but what can you do? At least my new quarantining method of ridding them of said fungus seems to be working well, which is essentially take all the healthy adults I can find, stick them in a very well ventilated deli cup, keep them completely bone dry with only crumpled paper towel in there as something for them to grab onto, and only feed them fruit, like once a week. Because the entomophagus fungus in question seems to be a protein-hungry species of trichoderma mold, which is very commonly used for agricultural organic pesticide here in Idaho, because this is a very rural, agriculturally focused area. And so I get those infections from time to time, but making sure they have no access, the beetles have no access to protein, slows down the fungus's growth and spread. Keeping them completely bone dry usually rids the fungus from their system and kills it off. And obviously bone dry, well ventilated. And doing that for about a month, a little over a month, usually gets the fungus out of their systems. And then I'm able to restart the colonies anew, and usually, on the first try, it seems to be successful most of the time in completely ridding them of any infestations. But occasionally it doesn't, and then I have to do it all over again, which is really annoying. But okay. Feed my Platymeris bigutatus ghosts some superworms. I really want to get freaking Pistala horrida again, but my last attempt with those went so horribly. They just would not eat anything, and I have no idea why. Whereas these Platymeris bigutatus eat like literally everything I throw in here, dead or alive, which is great. But yeah, so these guys I've been feeding superworms. My bougie locality data wild type superworms. Only the best for my assassin. I do want to get hobby stock superworms in at some point, just because they have some morphological difference from these locality data ones, but I'm paranoid with that virus that's been going around and wiping out superworm colonies. I gotta find a clean source for them, because I don't want that getting into my collection and not only wiping out my cool superworms, but also potentially some of my other darkling species. Alright, this is my Taphiliska setup. Ah, a lot of babies on the lid. Although I put silicone oil around the rim to stop that. Yeesh. Crickets that can climb. Kind of annoying, but they are so cool as adults. So, it's worth it. Alright, I'm gonna put some more oil around the rim though. Because this is not fun. freaking cranny there. So I apply the oil usually with my finger. Ah, well. Eesh. Okay. Technical difficulties. Oh no. Crap. God. People are gonna be freaking seasick watching this. Come on. I need like a freaking one of those like pop things for this. Okay, there you go. Alright, and then I take a piece of paper towel and spread the oil thinly with that, because if the oil is in too thick of globs on the side, the nymphs could just drown themselves in it, and that's no fun. It does become a pretty good fungus in that trap, though, which is, you know, I don't have any problems with seeing a whole bunch of fungus that's dead. Annoying little pests. But it is kind of gross when their bodies are all over the wall, so gotta clean off some of those. But, alright, hopefully that stops them from climbing up to the top for a couple weeks. Alright. Yeah, my Taphiliska are doing pretty well this generation. I got a good amount of babies. Oops. Still not the most prolific things in the world, but definitely did good this generation, enough to actually part with some groups. So if anyone's interested in working with these big old true crickets that can climb and don't make noise and don't really smell because they eat their own dead, feel free to message me. I got some nymphs available. So yeah. It's really cool though, because the adults don't chirp, but they do thump their abdomens against the side of the enclosure. So you just hear a bunch of like tapping, like that. And I think I have a video of it on my channel actually, of one of the adults doing that. So it's a pretty cool way of communicating with each other for mating. And for people who hate cricket chirps, hey, don't have to worry about that with these guys. Their common name is their older established common name is the silent bush cricket. And then Kyle from Roach Crossing went calling them Florida false wettas, which don't really look like wettas to me, to be honest, but if anything should be called a false wetta, it should be a Jerusalem cricket, since those actually do look like wettas, but are not. And but whatever. Maybe get some Delia later. Atlanticus. These guys I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fail with. I only have 3 larvae left, and for some reason I just can't get them to pupate within a reasonable time frame of each other. And they have had a fairly high larval die-off rate as well. Big pain in the ass species. So, Deleator Physoderus, on the other hand, those are super easy. And I have those available as well. So hey, if anyone wants bioluminescent click beetle larvae, get them while supplies last. I have not bothered separating them prior to orders being laid this time around, so the supply is dwindling every day as they eat each other. Obviously, I isolated the 20 holdbacks for myself, so I keep them going for me, but seems to be a more limited interest in them this year, so like I'm not gonna isolate 100 of them prior to anyone making orders for them this time. Especially since it is a smaller bioluminescent click beetle species, so not as popular as the giant headlamp beetles, Paraphorus noctilucus, which I was able to reacquire after my last colony died from pesticide poisoning, which just absolutely gutted me. Yeah, so those will hopefully be available like a year or two from now. Then I also should have the more medium-sized, largest U.S. native bioluminescent click beetle, Igniolator havanensis, soon-ish. Maybe next year. I gotta try something new with these Phyloides longipulosa. I'm getting a lot of larvae from them, but then the larvae just keep dying because the enclosure is drying out between waterings because, and not even completely, there's still some moist substrate. But they're samophiles, so they can only have sand as the substrate. I might try sand and clay mix. Maybe. I could try putting coconut fiber at the bottom layer of the substrate, but then it'll get mixed in, and I don't think the adults will like that. Problems. This is why I'm not super fond of working with anything that only likes sand as the substrate. These guys are true samophiles. I've tried them on basically every other type of substrate, and the adults just die. The adults straight up die on anything but pure sand, it seems like. So, but then that makes keeping the larvae, like, maybe I'll just separate larvae from now on. That would make my life easier, actually. Hey, look, another pre-pupal Phyloides armata. I think I need to add more substrate to my Phyloides enclosure. The larvae are kind of crowded, and so they keep pupating at very small sizes. Which I don't care about, really, but it's kind of embarrassing seeing my captive reared adults next to the wild ones I caught that are like twice the size. Whereas most of my darklings I'm able to rear. Most of my darkling species, I'm pretty proud of the sizes that I get out of my captive reared adults. Usually on par with or larger than the wild ones I started with. These armata are returning very small. But I'm not one to care much about size in my invertebrates. As long as they're healthy and properly formed, that's what I care about the most. Size is secondary. It's not the size of the beetle, it's what you do with it. beetles back. Which, speaking of click beetles, here, I'm going to show you guys something. One of my captive bred Elaeus lucciosus. These have been starting to mature now. And like I said, with a lot of my beetles, I'm able to rear them to wild-caught size or larger. I think these might be larger than the wild-caught adults I started with. Oh, I wish you could see it better. Actually, no, that made it worse. But these are the Texas giant idolators, which have a more limited range than the very common, very widespread Elaeus oculatus. I posted pictures of these and Elaeus zunianus, and people are like, oh, I find these in my backyard, I find these all the time. And it's like, no, you probably don't. Because you probably find Elaeus oculatus. Those are the most common idolators. Lucciosus, is that coming up right on the camera? Let's see. Lucciosus are larger and have a more limited range, though their range does overlap with oculatus in eastern Texas. And then Elaeus zunianus, which are even larger than these and have much prettier coloration in my opinion. Those I just got larvae of from Ella and John. And those are only found in Arizona and perhaps parts of far western New Mexico. But mostly just Arizona. And those are the rarest and largest U.S. click beetles, basically. It kind of irks me when people are like, oh, I find those in my backyard, to like the zunianus, because it's like, no, you don't. Unless you live in far southern Arizona. They're pretty rare. And lucciosus aren't too uncommon where they're found, but their range is definitely far more limited. You're mainly going to find these in Texas, perhaps some of the immediately surrounding states as well. It is probably a sister species to oculatus. They're very similar in morphology. But oculatus tend to have larger eye spots, on the pronotum, and usually a bit more white coloration on them as well. But yeah, this is such an impressive click beetle species, these oculatus. They are huge. So I'm very happy with the size of the adults I've reared. Oh, this one's trying to fly. Can you do it? Probably still too freshly emerged. But yeah, I think my 3 adults that I currently have are all females. So I'm really hoping a male matures soon. Maybe I missex them though, I'm not sure. God damn, they are pretty and huge for a click beetle. I just wish the lighting in here was better and you can actually see them. But yeah. Yeah, hey Alan. Yeah, this is one of my Elaeus lucciosus adults. I got 3 adults right now. I think they're all freaking females. And speaking of all freaking females, my Chocolopedius webby, your female you sent me died and one of my females died. Seemingly due to old age. I still have 2 females alive, but no males have matured yet. And I really hope one does soon. I'm power feeding my remaining 4 larvae. Try to get a freaking male to mature, and I'm keeping them hot as I can, but yeah, those are starting to annoy me a little bit. But, and since you're here, can Elaeus be sexed in the same way Chocolopedius can? Eventually, because if so, I think I have all female Elaeus lucciosus right now. And I need to wait for a male to mature. But if it's not as obvious, then I might have a pair. But also, since you're still here, Alan, uh, I was supposed to ship out your box tomorrow, or today, I guess, but they're gonna be shipped out tomorrow because all my orders are being shipped out tomorrow because of scheduling issues. So, not that that really affects much, but just so you know, tomorrow I ship. Seniorities, leishiosis, and oculitis can't be sexed the same way as chocolopedias. Okay. Unfortunately, that's kind of fortunate for me because Patrick is can. That's weird. Okay, so I might actually have a pair of leishiosis then. Hopefully, I got 3 adults. We'll see when they're all ready to come out of their pupil cells. But that gives me hope. But yeah, the chocolopedias are still. I just got females. What else? Alright, next up, my Grylus Fort Morton. Actually, first off, these freaking dark things. But, yeah, so far, so good this maintenance. Haven't seen any negative updates. Do have an unfortunate update regarding metallitis. And that message is, and cover your ears here, kiddos. Fuck mantids. I hate mantids. I'm never keeping mantids again. My only female somehow got herself wedged underneath the cork tile hides in their enclosure. And got her abdomen bent in such a way that she died. Yeah, and my males came out fine, came out perfect, but she was the only one that came out deformed to begin with, even though she is kept in the same enclosure as the males, kept it exactly the same. But of course, my only female matures deformed to begin with, and then gets herself stuck under a hide, which I don't understand how that happened to begin with. It shouldn't be possible. I didn't drop the enclosure or anything. Somehow she just I don't even understand how that happened. But she's dead. Yeah, so no, I'm done with mantids. Yeah, they were a pain in the butt to rear because mine wouldn't eat by themselves for some reason. I had to freaking hand feed them, which I don't understand why. That was weird. And then the female killed herself. So, nope, I'm done with mantids. Never trying them again. Not my forte. I'll leave that to other people. Okay? I'll stick to my roaches and beetles and certain isopods. And then that will be it. What the heck is this? Ooh, that's weird. Yeah, so nuts to that. Mantid keepers that successfully breed mantids for multiple generations, freaking props to you. I don't know how you guys do it, but you guys keep on keeping on, and I will stick to my detritivores and obscure things. Which basically sums up what I keep. Detritivores and obscure things. Speaking of, Alan, I'm breeding. I successfully established a colony of Pyralis. I can send you some of those in your box if you want. I've also acquired a species of phorid fly that feeds on not just dead roaches, but literally everything. Rotting fruit, dog food, anything. Completely opportunistic. can send some of those too if you want. I think I got them from Brandon, because Brandon's always complaining about his forward flies that eat everything, not just dead roaches. Yeah, I hate them. I freaking hate them, man. Fungus gnats have never really bothered me much, but forward flies, ugh, their maggots are so gross. They're so gross. Fungus gnat maggots you never really see, usually. The forward maggots are fucking disgusting. That being said, I do want freaking, if Kyle ever gets them again, I do want those scuttle flies, which are, I think, forwards. They're in the forward family, at least. But they actually kind of look cool as adults. And the females don't fly. And I think they only eat dead roaches, so... With those, though, I feel like keeping actual forwards out of their enclosure would be kind of difficult, so... That might be annoying. What else? I forgot to feed that Elias adult. Oops. My bad. A small piece of fruit. Alright. I should be getting a package from Brandon next week. Including some Dalmatian Cristarmadillidium muricatum that he doesn't really want to bother isolating. Or rather, he has isolated the Dalmatians he's found, but not all of their offspring were Dalmatians. So to further isolate them, he's gonna try, but he's also moving very soon, so he might not have the time to do so. So he's just gonna send me ones that look Dalmatian and let me bother with that. So those will be cool. Also, a bunch of roaches. Unfortunately, his Cynortoides died on him completely, so I was not able to get those from him. What else is he sending me? He's sending me Priscillianides Miami, some more Trogodilla green spots. My colony of those are doing fine, but I wouldn't mind boosting my numbers. And he's also worried about those dying during the move, so he just wants me to have a nice big backup colony to send him more in case his die. What else did I ask for? Eurycotus Jaruco, Opaca Jaruco, because he's got hundreds of babies of those now, which is great. What else did I ask for? Carablatta Lucia, Brooksville, Pseudoglomerus tarsalis, his remaining Pseudoglomerus area. I'm going to try Eublaberus marigera again and start him out in a huge bin this time. What else? I feel like there was one more thing, but I can't remember, so yeah, so that'll be a nice big package. Probably the last he sends before he moves for spring, basically. And then hopefully I'm going to get a Kyle from package soon with Plucked Up Terrapoyi, Margarius CF, Margarius CF, Bisignata, Macau, maybe more Pseudoglomerus magnifica Cook I'm also getting Ergaula pilosa, probably Sylphoides, the old hobby stock from Brandon, as well as Ergaula capucina. They're Regularis and Bernhardti / Pediveriana, whatever. And then from Kyle, I want pure Therioli Grangini, because there's a lot of hybrids floating around now of those. So I want pure stock and just keep those going in case the worst should happen. Because even Brandon's colony was one that got hybridized accidentally. It seems a single, somehow, he doesn't know how, but it looks like a single Bernhardi man must have slipped in and mated his only Grangini females. Drinking beer and watching TJ hydrate Roach Foxes. What else can one ask for? Hey Martin, how you doing? I can freaking click this chat. Ellen John says, I bet people will go nuts without those Oh, I just had a stroke. I bet people will go nuts with those Dalmatians. I hope so. It feels like whenever me or Brandon get something going that we think people will go nuts for in terms of isopod morphs or something, it's like no one cares, or someone else beats us to it instantly. That's funny. And then Ellen also said, I've never had Opaca. Hope I can try them eventually. Well, shit, is Brandon sending you anything soon? Because you could ask him for some of those. He has a bunch. I will say, though, Opaca, kind of a huge freaking pain in the ass. Really. Like, they're kind of annoying. As far as the most annoying Iricotis I've had. Because they're, you know, larger nymphs are kind of cannibalistic. They like snacking on each other's ooths. They like things more humid than other Uricotis too. Which can be a positive for some people, but for me is not necessarily a positive. Lixa were easy compared to... I had no issue getting Lixa started. Opaca I've had so many issues with. Although I think a big part of that too is also because I've only been able to get Opaca from Yorg, and Yorgs are very clearly infected with Serratia. So that's been annoying to rid them of that. They seem to be very heavily bothered by Serratia too. So yeah. But I have what should be a good adult group of Soroa now, so I should hopefully start getting babies from those soon. And then I'm getting the Jarko from Brandon, who's had great success in breeding them, so should finally be able to establish cultures of Opaca after years of failure. So, yeah, that'll be exciting. My Improcera colony is producing lots of ooths, so I should have those up and running soon. My Iricotis Venezuela that you sent me is doing really nice, laying lots of ooths. Should have those up and running very soon. So, a lot of good Iricotis updates. One I would like to try this coming year, maybe, is Iricotis decipiens. I've actually never had decipiens. I've never seen them in person. I might want to try those at some point. Yay! Wish you still had orange old lines. Those are so cool looking. Old lines of what? Of Opaca? Didn't he have just Soroa and Saruko? I thought. Shoot, where are the roaches actually? Maybe? Yeah, I thought he just had he didn't list localities, but from the pictures in his book, because of the two lines he had, it literally just looks like Soroa and... Yeah, they literally just look like Soroa and Jaroko. I'm pretty sure those were the only two lines he had. He just didn't use locality info for some reason. Which I don't really know where we got the locality info from, to be honest. It's kind of weird. I think maybe Wonder who preserved that locality info, to be honest. I don't... Oh, maybe Jorg. Maybe Jorg. Yeah. Yeah, they've been around for ages, and we only ever had, I think, those 2 strains of Opaca in the hobby. I don't think we ever had multiple imports of them. It's like a couple of years, or a few years in the heyday of like importing stuff, you know, in the late 1990s or whatever, is I think when we got a lot of the Cuban species, the Euricodes opaca, the Bayersotria. I feel like those all entered the hobby around the same time, way back when, possibly in the same import or same couple of imports. I do partially wonder if it was Lewis Roth, who introduced those all to the hobby, because I know he did research on Cuban roaches, and I think went to Cuba. So he may have been the one to bring those into the hobby, maybe. But I could be wrong. I have no idea. It's just a guess. Let's see. Do I have Andromeda babies? No. Oh no, I have my first dead Andromeda female. Great. I think we're gonna lose Andromeda in the US hobby. But, oh, this is one of the females that was really looking old. First dead Princessia Andromeda female, damn. I really don't know what the heck these guys want. And the weird thing is, usually when hissers don't do well, for me at least, the females, I get aborted ooths. These guys have not aborted a single freaking ooth in my care. The females just got like flatter and just aren't, and they're like aging, but I've never had one abort an ooth. So I have no idea what is going on with them, why they won't give birth. But I'm gonna send Alan a female here soon. Try to pick one of the better looking ones and send one his way to see maybe he can do something with them. But yeah, still no babies from mine. Eesh. I really hope Nico from the Cafarnarium still keeps these, because I don't know of anyone else in the world who has a breeding culture of them. And I know Nico's taking a break from the hobby, but still keeping some of his stuff, but I don't know, you know, what condition his culture of these is in, because I haven't talked to him in months. So, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully one of us breeds ours, gets a litter or two, and can get them going. And if not, hopefully, fingers crossed, Nico still keeps him and I can one day get more off of him. But yeah, I'm gonna be really sad if these die out in culture, because they're probably my favorite hissers, period. They're so big, they're so pretty, but just really difficult to breed. Eesh. So, I don't know. We'll see. Eesh. Wait. Wash this apple. Okay, that should be good. Which I do in a last-ditch effort. So I have this big tub for them that I'm keeping like half humid, half dry. But then my tigers bred for me recently, which is another strain of Princessia. And those I've had trouble with breeding in the past. I think due to keeping them a little too dry. So my tigers bred. I rehoused my tigers to a different enclosure, a larger enclosure. And I put 2 of my female Andromeda in the tiger's old enclosure, because maybe the conditions the tigers like are conditions that the Andromeda would like. So I put them in that exact same enclosure, which has much less ventilation, and I'm keeping them more humid. So we'll see how that pans out. And maybe some of the pheromones from like the breeding activities of the tigers that were in that enclosure will have an effect on them. I have no idea. Just at this point, I'm trying everything I can to get them breeding. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And then I have these two female big black Princessia that I hybridized with my male Andromeda that are very plump, very gravid looking, but have not given birth. So even freaking crossing them to something else is not working. I don't know what it is with Andromeda genes. They are not virile compared to the others. But yeah. What can you do? Just your best. Alright. I'm gonna fill this water up and I'll be right back. Hold on. His cross blacks won't give birth for him. Yeah. Yeah, I really have no idea why that is. It's so weird. You'd think there would be some hybrid vigor with crossing little cows. But apparently not. Apparently whatever is in the genes of Andromeda is just very... I hope the male isn't sterile. I hope not. And it'd be weird because Kyle's also, you know, like it'd be weird if my male and Kyle's male and also Brandon's male were all sterile, because then that would just be weird, because we're all having the same issues. So I don't know. And also, I mean, the male seemed pretty freaking virile, considering he slaughtered the other two males I had. That's another thing with the Andromeda. The males are like super territorial. They were killing each other. Like I had adult males kill subadult male nymphs, which is why I ended up with so few males compared to females, because they're just so absolutely aggressive towards each other. And they were all coming out major size too. I didn't have any minor males mature out. They were all coming out freaking huge, which may have been part of the reason. That's another thing I love about Andromeda. They're huge. They're so huge, and they consistently come out at large sizes. But that also makes the males more aggressive. So I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna fill up this water. I'll be right back. Look at that, we're up to 3 viewers. That's a new record. Down. Alright, next up, Grumpfordina obligonota. Which I am, as I mentioned on my Instagram stream a couple weeks ago, I am trying some horrible abominations, some heresy. Today I got the Chinese Panacea with gold wings. Oh, nice! Speaking of gold wings, I mentioned this earlier in this stream that my gold-winged Malaysian Panacea and Gustapenis have bred. I got babies from those finally. Took like 8 months. But yeah, I am trying to create some abominations for educational purposes and just my own personal interest. But so I should probably remove the females here soon. But so with my obligonota, I threw in a virgin tiger female and a virgin ailuropoda female, because the male obligonota in here is pretty small. So seeing if those will cross. Gonna remove the females of those other species though, probably next week, because they should be mated by now. I'm also trying to cross I got a Ailuropoda male in with a what is it? A Grumpfordorina portentosa mahogany and a Elliptorina javanica female. Which obviously I'm like doing like multiple male matings. Like I'm putting like males in with females of multiple different species at a time, and then when I'm pretty sure they've been mated, removing those females and isolating them. Obviously. But yeah, so I'm trying Ailuropoda to Javanica females, not Javanica, Levigata females, Portentosa females, and Tiger females. And then, which I already know the tigers and flathorns can hybridize, but I just want to see the hybrids in person. And then I want to prove that other genre can hybridize as well, get photographic proof, and that way, and so-called experts in the hobby say, oh, different genre can't hybridize, it's impossible. Not only will we have Kyle's tiger flathorn crosses to prove him wrong, but I want to prove Elliptorina can hybridize with other genre as well, because that's one genus that we don't have any like confirmed hybridization reports with, like intergeneric hybrid reports, but I'm pretty sure it's possible. I'm gonna try it. What else? Also, what else was I gonna try? I'm also gonna try Princessia Big Blacks to Ailuropoda. I just have to rear up some virgin big black females. Which all of these Ailuropoda crosses, most of them it's male Ailuropoda to female of the other species. But then I did attempt to cross. Oh, what was it? Ailuropoda female to male obligonata, as well as female tiger hissers to male obligonata. And then I think I'm trying a female Ailuropoda with something else, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, trying a small female Ailuropoda with male Elliptorina javanica. So that'll be a weird one if it works. It's basically trying to make abominations, hybrid abominations, out of all the weirdest mixes that I can with reasonably sized adults, crossing with each other. So we'll see what happens out of all of this. One hybrid that I tried to make last year that completely failed was Princessia Big Black to Grumpfordorina species unidentified. I did a male Princessia to the two female unidentifieds, and those females got really plump, but they just continually aborted ooths and then died after like a year with no babies produced. So, considering I've had little issue establishing colonies of just the pure unidentified, kind of feel like that hybrid cross just either doesn't work, or because of the slower, more finicky breeding rates of the unidentifieds, it might just be more difficult to cross. Maybe there was something wrong with their enclosure, but I don't know. Either way, that hybrid cross surprisingly did not work. So, might work vice versa, though. If I crossed the female Princessia to the male Grumpfordorina, that might be a different story. That is another thing to take into consideration in the hybridizing. Ooh, what's this? That is a female. Not sure. I'm checking my Aramoblatus subdiaphana right now. So far, nothing. Like, my nymphs are doing great. They're growing. That's great. Still no, and I think I've got couple fresh adult females, and I saw a freshly molted subadult male in here the other day too. But so far, no oots being produced, which is the worrisome thing. Even unmated females should lay oots. And I'm not seeing any. That is my main holdup. The main issue. The main colony I have in a mix of river... Oh, nope. I have them in a mix of... Freaking this thing. Yeah, let's get a little bit more down. I have the females in a mix of... I have the colony in a mix of river sand that I dug up myself, plus a teensy tiny little bit of clay. I don't know how to position this dang phone. God, I'm killing everyone with the motion sickness. That's gonna have to be good enough. Yeah, a mix of a tiny little bit of clay to help compact the substrate a bit more, plus some river sand that I dug up myself that's not super fine, but the sand particles themselves will have smoother edges since it was riverbed sand, so it's less abrasive, so you know, more natural. And they've been doing fine in that, but in case the females require a finer substrate to induce oviposition, I did buy some repti sand, which is like super freaking fine quartz sand. That stuff's a bit more abrasive physically because it's mined, not collected from rivers. You know, it's mined, I think, from fairly dry, arid areas. So, because of that, the sand particles themselves have not been really smoothed as much over time. But I did move one adult female to an enclosure with just that repti sand, and she seems to be doing fine so far, not losing any significant weight, which would be the first sign of the substrate being too abrasive and scratching the cuticle, causing dehydration. So she seems to be doing fine on the repti sand. Still no oots though. So I'm not sure that it really made much of a difference. But I will continue to monitor her, and I mean, hopefully I can figure out how to breed these, because they're the cutest sand roaches I've ever seen. But, yeah, it's a challenge. Oi. Alright, what we got here? This is the Levigata, no, not Levigata, Ellipterina javanica enclosure. I don't think I have babies from them yet. No. No baby javanica, just a bunch of freaking Compsodies. Those are getting into everything now. That's fine. They're basically like springtails for hissers. Yeah, so nothing from the javanica yet. I'll be patient. The females are looking pretty plump. And I got a female Aileropata and sinusing with them as well. Those. What else? What else do I got in the works? Let's see. I just recently had a somewhat major male, not major, but just large male Grophonornis species identified come out. He's pretty impressive. These guys are very stingy with the majors. Like, they'll have a... Here he is. he's not that big, but he's got major male like horn shape. But this is kind of still on the smaller side for an unidentified male. They can get much larger than this, but they're very very unlikely to throw out majors, which is kind of unusual. Yeah. Decent spotlight on them. But yeah, I would like to see a real true major from this colony, because they can be very impressive and rival obligonota majors in size, but most of the males my colony throws out are pretty small and medium-sized at best. The females, on the other hand, come out pretty big, but yeah, that's a little annoying. But these guys have been breeding very well this year, so that's great. And by very well, I still mean nowhere near as good as like Port and Tosa usually, but still pretty nice. A lot of little babies in here right now. They're not nearly as popular as I would like them to be. These are pretty... I like the coloration on these, and again, majors, when you get them, can come out pretty large. But no one really seems interested in these, despite the fact that they're like probably the rarest hisser in culture, in the US at least. I'm pretty sure more people have Elyptrina davidi than they do Grumpyriana species unidentified. And I'm still personally of the opinion that they are pure. But whatever. Igniolator cups, and I got a notification on the screen. What was that? Said something about live? I'm having luck breeding Ernevaga now by just storing them in my large Persea species enclosures. Yeah, well, hey, if it works, it works. Euchoroidea hybrids? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Martin. No. It's possible. The thing with those is I feel like a lot of the Euchoroidea... I need a better freaking stand for this. A lot of Euchoroidea I feel like have, at least a lot of the Chinese species probably have overlapping ranges. And usually species with overlapping ranges can't hybridize. Usually. Can I get this just right? Nice. Can actually see what I'm doing now. Most things that have overlapping ranges usually do have built-in genitalia or just genetic hybridization barriers. Usually can't cross, or if they can cross, that hybrid produced are infertile. But there are some exceptions. So, could try, and especially with species that are more distantly separated, like let's say, Euchoroidea yasumatsu to West Woody or something like that, could potentially be possible if they don't have any significant, never had a reason to produce hybridization barriers because they're so distantly removed from each other geographically. So that could possibly be a thing that could be done. But it all just comes down to how closely they actually are related to each other. Hissers are really weird, and because they're only found on one island in the world, Madagascar. They all probably had a single common ancestor and were really just split apart mostly by geographical changes. never seemed to develop significant breeding barriers. Eucardia have shared more habitat though, and again, a lot of species have overlapping ranges, I feel, so those are probably more unlikely to hybridize, in my opinion, but there's probably some that can, so it just comes down to a matter of experimenting. Maybe I will try that in the future, who knows, or you can, you have more, more than I do to test out with, although again, species with overlapping ranges probably can't cross, so you might need to get Yasumatsui or Eucordia forceps, and then try to cross those with like Guilinensis or Linglong or something of an appropriate size. But could potentially be done. It would be interesting to see what the adults look like from those crosses, for sure. But yeah, that's, if I ever do attempt that, that'll be a future project. And probably when I'm done with the hisser abominations I'm creating. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess, you know, Theria can hybridize, and I honestly wouldn't think those could, but they can, so I guess it is probably possible with Eucardia. Which, I don't know. I feel like a hybrid between question mark roaches and orange spot dominoes could look pretty cool, but the thing that was been proven with the normal dominoes crossed with the question marks is that they kind of lose that question mark shape. It becomes more of a long squiggly mark in the middle. Isn't that attractive of a pattern in my opinion? But maybe with enough selective breeding you could get something that's pretty close to a question mark symbol with the orange coloration. But that would take a heck of a lot of selective breeding, if that cross is even possible. I don't know if Regularis has been crossed with Olegrangini successfully. So yeah. And again, would not advise anyone who does that to then sell the offspring. The hobby sucks at labeling things correctly, and so the more hybrids that are out in circulation, the higher the chance they will be mislabeled and sold as pure stock of one or another species, and then it becomes harder to find the pure species that you're looking for, and then we can even just lose species from the hobby as a result of that. So the reason I'm trying to hybridize a lot of stuff is really just to prove a point that things can hybridize, and also document what said hybrids look like, which may be of scientific value, but and then potentially some cultures, if the hybrids look significantly unusual in morphology or coloration and appealing in morphology or coloration, I might keep some stocks just for myself, for my personal collection, just because I think they're cool. Like the flathorn to tiger crosses, especially with some selective breeding, if you really select for nice tiger striping in combination with the flat morphology of the Ailuropoda, I will probably keep a colony of those indefinitely for myself because I think those look really neat. But I don't think I would sell from a colony of those just because I don't want to saturate the market with more hybrids. Even really cool ones. Because we're not allowed to have nice things. People always mislabel crap. These are my Ernavaga floridensis, by the way. This is my Tampa colony, which is breeding pretty well. Turns out it's pretty easy to establish Ernavaga colonies when you start with a whole bunch of mated females. And there's like no problem, you know, no issues with, oh, are the males gonna mature in time? No, you get babies instantly, and spread out enough between hatches that you don't have to worry about the next gen. So that's nice. And then the Floridensis, like placids are doing pretty well too. I think I'll have adult females within a few months, and there are small nymphs from a ooth that Alan sent that should have some males in it that should mate with those females. Because none of the males of the same age as the larger female nymphs in here are probably going to last long enough to mate with said females. They mature way faster than the females do. But again, since I had an ooth hatch long after, you know, long behind development of the nymphs Alan had sent, shouldn't be a problem. So that's nice. But yeah, with Arenovaga, with Floridensis especially, I would never start a colony with nymphs of all the same size. Unless you had a very substantial amount, or are planning to isolate males and keep them cooler than the females, which is a pain. Because the males of that species mature so freaking fast compared to the females. It's really not very feasible to start a colony that way. But I got the Allen special of a bunch of adult females with the Tampa, so those were pretty easy to get going. Okay. But I have noticed with a lot of other Arenovaga that male-female growth discrepancy is not nearly as much of a problem. So it's really mainly Floridensis and to some extent Boliana are the two Arenovaga I've had the most issues with in terms of males maturing way faster than the females and dying long before they can mate with them. So, yeah. I see my Sakura just hanging out on top as you talk about Arenovaga. Ha! Yeah, my Sakura are doing nicely. I had to take them off the for sale list just because they're breeding, but not like Conkola level breeding yet. So I have sold enough from the generation I currently got going, but having a bunch of new adults from my next generation maturing out, so those should have a nice boom here soon. Same with my 10X, CF 10X, Rodeo, New Mexico. Those will probably be in a good spot soon. Bunch of fresh adults. Let's see, Electrina Javanica. I'm in love with Javanica, not Javanica, I mean I like Javanica, but Electrina Levigata I just recently acquired, and ooh boy, are they pretty as adults. Holy crap. Like, and there's no point in showing them off on camera right now because it's not gonna capture their beauty, but like they're really like beautifully colored. I really love how these look, and pretty large, like really big for an Elyptrina as well. So this is a male, a fairly large male, but probably not even major. But for Elyptrina, that's freaking huge, you know. So I'm so glad these have re-entered culture after almost being lost. So these are nice. My first time seeing these in person, so I'm really hoping I can breed them successfully. So fingers super crossed. Yeah. Those from Kyle. Yes, they are. And welcome back, Tennessee. Tennyson, they'll use our Elliptorina not javanica. I keep saying javanica. They're Elliptorina laevigata. It's super pretty. I did just find an aborted ooth in their enclosures though. I think I'm keeping them a little too dry. So I'm gonna up some moisture on these. Cause I think if I recall correctly, Brandon told me he keeps his pretty humid. And they seem to like it like that. And these guys are one of the few enclosures that I have a vented lid on. So yeah, I think I'm just keeping these way too dry. So I will change that. But I'm not too worried since I have a pretty good amount of females in here, freshly matured, so. And hissers regenerate ooths pretty quickly after aborting them. They seem to reform ooths pretty quick, so yeah. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried at all. When most of them had nice reddish color, but this recent batch and Kyle are dark colored. I have most of the adults that are coming out, especially the females, are actually pretty red, very high red. But the large male is dark, and another one of the females is dark too. Most of mine are actually red, and I did just get these from Kyle like a month ago. So you may have just gotten bad luck. I'm pretty sure that coloration can probably be selected for, so if you get a bunch of dark adults, you got all the reds, yeah. Yeah, if you start off with a bunch of dark adults, you might mostly have dark adults in your colony for a while. Like Brandon, I sent Brandon, when I first sent him the big blacks that I have, I sent him a group, start a colony of nymphs, and most of his adults were completely black, whereas the adults in my colony that are completely black are like in the minority. But he lucked out and ended up with a bunch of mostly black ones, and his largest male, which is probably the male that mated most of his females, was also like completely black with no abdominal striping. So his colony for years has been mostly completely black individuals, very few colored ones, which he's a little pissed off about. Like, hey, it's not my fault. I sent you them as small nymphs. There's no way for me to tell what color they were gonna be. And then it's ironic because the black ones in my colony are starting to like die out, fizzle out. Because most of my larger males are nicely colored. So I'm actually probably gonna try to isolate some of those all black Princessia that I have, and maybe get a colony of pure breeding black ones going. Because it does seem like something that can be selected for, just by chance. Yeah, I would get some from Brandon and just start with his, but his colony of those crashed. Crashed from breeding too much and the enclosure getting too gross. So he actually had to get a new starter culture from me recently, and those will all, well, we'll see if he has bad luck again and ends up with all black ones, but I don't think so. Because my colony's been throwing out mostly higher colored individuals. So, yeah. What else? Alright, so that's that taken care of. And then we got this is the single Aranimoblada female in the Reptisand, which, let's see, how's she doing? What? Yep, she's still healthy and plump, and doesn't look like she just laid an ooth or anything. So, yeah, still no ooths as far as I can tell. I think I'm gonna go for a vertical humidity gradient within this enclosure. I had what? I'm glad she's alive. Yeah. Plus a bunch of nymphs still, and fresh adult females in the main culture. But yeah, so Reptisand seems not to be too abrasive for them, but has not induced this female to lay any ooths. I don't really get why they're not laying ooths. They're eating. They don't seem to mind the substrate they're in. The temperature's pretty warm. Ventilation, you know, like the other culture's not super well ventilated, but still pretty well ventilated. And in this enclosure, I have no lid on at all, just because there's only a female in here. She can't get out. It's still nothing. No ooths, so I really don't understand why. But similar issue I'm having with the Arnavaga CF Grata. But for those though, for the Grata, I did, upon your recommendation, Alan, I bought some freaking, what is it? The Zilla Jungle Mix, which is a very chunky substrate with aged fir and sphagnum peat, which I've used for roaches in the past, and they didn't mind it, even though it's got aged fir in it. But that stuff's really chunky, so I'm using that for my substrate for my Arnavaga CF Grata. We'll see if that gets them to lay eggs. Also minimal ventilation, but also minimal humidity to go with that. So basically trying to mimic Ty's setup as close as possible. And we'll see. The Pinna Blanca, I'm hoping that female will lay ooths. And I'll rehouse the Mount Ords I have into. Oh, hey! That baby Euricotis species Venezuela! You're not going to be able to see him. Probably. Maybe you can. No, probably not. Tiny little dots. But I got him. Wow, that was only like a month and a half gestation. Yeah, heck yeah, that's fast. Yeah, that is really fast for these. Yay, though. Bred them. Again. And this time they will not be subjected to pesticides. So I hopefully will not lose them again. Yeah, that's awesome. A decent hatch size as well. Sweet. And the female's still alive too, so should get more ooths even. Nice, that was fast. Thank goodness. So hopefully between you, me, Ty, and Kyle, these will be well reestablished here again. Not that anyone seems to want to buy them, because no one likes small brown or black roaches in the US hobby. Meanwhile, people will go nuts for any small brown new isopod added to the hobby. Especially if you slap Cubaris or Trogodillo on the name. I would love to just get like a random new isopod species that's just like completely boring brown and label them as Marilynella arbitrarily. And see how many people jump on them. Just because of the name. Yet they won't buy big pine keys. That's true. That is such a what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Juxtaposition, maybe? It's weird. It's ironic. They'll go nuts for what is it? Trogodillo species soil. People were charging like hundreds of bucks for those when they first came in. Seem to be fairly popular, even though they're just boring brown. Yet, big pine keys, a species that arguably should be labeled as endangered or threatened given their very limited range, very colorful, very colorful colors. Is that what I was gonna say? That doesn't make sense. They're very colorful species, polymorphic coloration, which I love, and not a pain in the ass to keep. And no one wants them. It's just the porcelainites. See, that's the problem. That's the problem. I talk about them, and people will be like, "Okay, how fast do these? You keep these just like powder blues. How big are they to powder blues?" Everyone's comparing them to Floria or Pruinosis. Where's my tweezers? Which is bullshit because they breed way slower than those species, and a little bit more picky about the conditions, but they're also way prettier, a little bit bigger, completely different morphology, and probably will be moved to a different genus in the future. But because it's just a porcelainites, no one wants them. Should just relabel them to Isopoda species, big pine key. No, Marylandella. I'm gonna put up an auction for them and label them as Marylandella species big pine key. As a joke, and see how many people bid on them then. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I wonder if anyone would actually go for that. It's just about as much sense as labeling the Marylandella in the hobby as Marylandella, because they're probably not even Marylandella. So my drama, I just rehoused these Drama Planeta Semivita the other day. And you can't see any now, but when I rehoused them, they were going freaking nuts. Climbing all over the place. But those are on the up and up. I got new adults of those popping out, so that's cool. I'd bid on them big pine keys. They're at the top of my list. Passionate fruit. Well, too bad my colony kind of crashed and I'm restarting them right now. I don't have any available at the moment. Next year, I should though. Come springtime, I'll probably have a bunch. They're breeding now. Their substrate just became a writhing mass of orabated mites, and they didn't seem to like that, so they had some die-offs. But now that I changed their substrate, they're doing fine. And breeding on coconut fiber. Call PETA, I'm using coconut fiber for isopods. Oh my god. They're totally not completely recovering and breeding and stuff and having lots of babies. And my previous colony of like 100 plus before the orbates went crazy definitely wasn't also on coconut fiber. Look at these. These are... hit you this time next year. These are my big black Princessia. Big slash black. These guys have gone absolutely crazy. There's so many of them. And again, my colony is leaning towards the borders on the sides is the most dominant phenotype in here, which is nice. It does kind of suck, though. They don't... like Kyle's old stock from pictures I've seen, they had, like, more, like, striping on the sides. Versus these guys, it's more like rectangles almost bordering the entire abdomen. Some individuals have a little bit of striping, but it's mostly just, orange rectangles going along the length of the abdomen, which is still very pretty. Very similar to what Kyle previously had, but not the same. I'm considering, again, I wanted to get some of Nico's big black Princessia, because I think Nico's are pure, and those looked more like what Kyle used to have. I wouldn't mind having that phenotype as well, but again, Nico's out of the hobby for now. I don't know if he still has them or what. And then My only other real option would be to get some from Yorg, but I don't really trust Yorgs to be pure. So, yeah, kind of at a loss for acquiring that specific color form. I could try, like, hyper selective breeding mine for that coloration over multiple generations, but I can't be bothered. I haven't even bothered to isolate the black individuals that are slowly declining in this culture. But yeah. Oh well. Some more thoughts. And I need water again. Yeah, this enclosure is so freaking heavy just with all the roaches and frass that's in here. But that's what I like to get from a Hisser colony. Tons and tons of them. So I don't know. It'd be lovely to get Androhominus to this point one day, but it doesn't seem to be in the cards. But I'll fill water up and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Any comments since I've been away? Big black cockroach. Yep, I love big black cockroaches. It's such an obvious joke, but it's so funny. Yeah, I gotta do this one. If I isolate an all black morph of this strain, should I call him You Never Go Back? How do you sleep with that cricket noise? I don't mind Grylus chirping at all. If that was a cheetah, I'd be losing my mind. The past few times I've kept a cheetah in the same room that I slept in really grated like on my nerves, really got on my nerves. But Grylus I find very peaceful. I in fact would like to get more Grylus species and have multiple species chirping all at once. I also wouldn't mind getting those, I don't know if Costello has them, but he mentioned having those dwarf crickets, those little, what is it, Nemovius or something like that. I think those chirp too, and I wouldn't mind having those. I also wouldn't mind tree crickets. I feel like the more different types of crickets you have chirping at once, less of an issue. Because it just all blends together, all the chirping. But, massive. I see you. But yeah, I don't mind it at all. If I have enough species chirping all at once, I might get a cheetah or something like that too. So I wouldn't mind having a colony of Echetta to use as feeders that's like clean and not infected with gross bacteria. But it's so hard to find healthy Echetta to start. Like, I've tried starting colonies of Echetta from pet store stock nowadays, and it just does not work. The only ones I've successfully bred are ones that were sent to me accidentally as eggs in substrate that I had centipede shipped in to me. Which is a very weird way to get them, but okay. This is the Harlequin roach colony. Oh great, I have new babies of these too. Oh god. These guys just won't stop breeding. They're crazy. This is definitely a very virile strain of Neostylopiga rhombophila. Thank you, Martin, for these, by the way. It's ironic though. I tried isolating like a dark form of these. And those females, their offspring have mostly come out pretty light. Ironically, like much more Harlequin marking on them than my current. The main colony is actually throwing out way more dark individuals with like very high dark coloration. So it is completely backwards somehow. But there's still a decent mix of colors in the main culture. But yeah, these guys just do not give a crap. Alright, we got here. These are my Grumphodorina portentosa 1972 Cleveland stock from Kyle. Looks like most of them are mature now. Kind of small adults. I did keep them a little cramped. But hey, hopefully that gets the allele effect going and gets them breeding faster. But yeah, these guys are nice. A very nice, solid colored portentosa strain. I just wish I could show off anything on camera without it completely ruining the color. But yeah, definitely very nice, pure portentosa line. Hopefully they breed well for me. Fruit. I haven't really been bothering like washing my apples much lately. I just kind of spray them, rub that powder crap off of them, which I think is just something the fruit itself produces naturally. Because like generally with inorganic fruits, you don't really need to wash them that much. The way that they're stored, generally, non-organic apples at least are generally stored in barrels in a I forget the name of the chemical, but basically for months at a time, up to a year at a time, they're stored. And so generally any pesticides that they had in the farm they were grown in is dissipated at that point by the time they're on the market. Versus organic apples, organic fruit in general, that chemical that inorganic fruit is stored in, organic fruits cannot be stored in that by definition of being organic. That's part of the terms of being an organic fruit. So that fruit is fresher, but at the same time, the organic pesticides that they use, which are still incredibly dangerous to bugs by nature of being a pesticide, you do need to wash organic fruit more carefully than you do inorganic fruit, basically, because that stuff's fresher, still has the pesticides on it, and can kill your stuff real quickly. Versus inorganic apples. Inorganic apples, that sounds like they're like metal apples. No, just apples that are not labeled as organic typically have been stored for very long periods, and the chemicals that they were grown with have dissipated by the time they reach the store. Because I think the shelf life of the pesticides are usually like 6 months or whatever, and then the apples are stored for longer than that, typically. So, yeah, interesting factoid one of my friends told me about, Brandon Mays. But, so, yeah, so I don't buy organic, despite the general hobby often saying organic's better. It actually kind of is more dangerous in some ways. And I have never had any issues, even without really washing my fruit that I use. But I use mostly apples. It might be different with other fruits, you know. Bananas, I don't think bananas are usually stored in such a way. Those, if you're gonna use the peels, you might want to wash. But I generally don't feed my roaches banana peels. And then the colonies that I do feed banana peels are usually colonies I have like absolutely tons of and don't really care if I lose some due to poisoning, and then I just give them the banana peels unwashed. And I've still never had any issues with die-offs because of that. So, yeah. Basically, organic stuff, organic fruits, definitely wash them, because those have had way more recent exposure to pesticides. And organic pesticides are just as deadly to bugs as inorganic ones, because, you know, they're just organic. So, yeah, common misconception in the hobby. Also, Alan, if you're still here, do you separate your Gyna Capucina females every generation, or just when you originally started your colony? This is my Gyna enclosure. I've got some newer adult females, but there's a lot of nymphs in here still, so I don't know whether I should isolate the females. You do? You isolate? Okay. I guess I will do that. Maybe next week, or tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I'll make them up a new enclosure. That's kind of annoying. I don't know how people breed these in like larger bins, like in large colonies without issues. Maybe I'll leave some females in here, see how they do, but then yeah, isolate some of the others. Like, here's a nice fresh female. Well, I tried showing off a female. But, yeah. I have 2 tubs, one for adults and one for nymphs. Yeah, I was hoping not to have to do that, but I guess I will. Because the annoying thing is then, like, they give birth in the adult tub, and then what the hell do you do? You just, like, dump that substrate into the nymph enclosure, and then give the adults new substrate? Because then eventually, the nymph enclosure is going to fill up with substrate. So, yeah, kind of annoying. But, speaking of finicky Gyna, though, my bisanulata just gave birth to a nice brood, which I thought was crazy because I only had those for like, they've only been adults for like a month and a half, and I already got babies, and a decent amount of them, so my second attempt with those is going real nicely. I saw a comment. What did it say? Little nymphs seem to not bother adults. Okay. So you just pick out the larger nymphs as you find them, or sift through the substrate. In my dubia colony, I have normal dubias now that were sent to the person who sent me my Pistala horrida. The Pistala all died, but the dubia nymphs he shipped them with for food, I kept, and they're now doing well. So I thought that was pretty ironic. Blech. One of my older Opacasaroa females is dead. There's fords everywhere. Oh, this is so gross. I hate fords so much. Disgusto. Oh my god, yes, I'm taking them out with my bare hands too because I just want to get this whole clump of Soche out of here. Disgusting. Absolutely horrible. I hate this. Ugh. Gross, 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 gross. Okay. That should be all. Ugh. I don't think you guys saw that, but it was just a writhing mass of freaking maggots. That's the worst clump of maggots I've seen since I got these freaking fords. Ugh. Disgusting. Any ooths yet from these? I think Opaca berry their ooths. Gonna make telling if I bred these fun. If the new male's doing his job, I won't really know. I thought I had more. I thought I had 4 Opaca females. I only see 2 in here, but there was only 1 dead one. That's odd. That's weird. I guess 2 Opaca females must have died. Well, at least this one is the younger one. Yeah. Again, Opaca, kind of a pain in the butt. Nope. This is kind of a small enclosure for Opaca, but since I started with so few, I think it's okay. Once they breed, they will be moved to a 5-gallon. So these don't give a fuck. Nothing. I don't understand why Compsodies aren't more popular. These are like the best like freaking microfeeder for dart frogs and stuff in my opinion. Like they're so prolific. And the fact that only males can climb is like fantastic. But I'm hoping Tagaloblato will prove decent. Can you breed tree crickets? I think so. I mean, you definitely can. The main thing is whether or not they're gonna need live leaf material. Previously, I assumed they would, because the adults like naturally oviposit in the stems of plants, of their host plants. But then came Taphiliska ulithera to the hobby, and those are basically just giant tree crickets, and were assumed to have a very similar lifestyle of mainly eating specifically mangrove leaves and ovipositing in the stems of the mangrove leaves. But in captivity, they'll eat basically just dog food and fruits, fish flakes and fruits, whatever, and will oviposit in both sandy substrate and in just bark, just straight up hardwood bark or cork bark. So I want to try keeping normal tree crickets in a similar manner to Taphiliska and just see how they do. Might not be successful, but it might be. They have been observed eating a variety of foods in the wild, including, I think, dead insects or live aphids. So it's possible that it might pan out. So I want to give it a try, certainly. But I don't know how successful it would actually be. I tried looking for tree crickets this year. I could only find males. I mean, because they're easy to find, you just listen for them, but I didn't see any females next to them or anything. So that was kind of a bummer. Found a lot of there's a lot of katydids in my backyard. The Microcentrum, is it Augustifolium? Is that the name? I think, maybe? The big broad-leaved katydids. There's a bunch of them in my yard. There were a couple months ago. Those, really cool, but I personally have no interest in breeding them because they only eat plant matter, live plant matter. So, not my forte. I'm not interested in things that need live plants. It's too much work, too much upkeep for me. Too frequently do they need their food replaced, and I'm not about that. I like things that I can feed once a week. But yeah, so phasmids, primarily plant-eating Orthoptera, Lepidoptera. Yeah, not my area of interest. But I applaud those that do have the patience and will to keep those species. It's cool. I like looking at them. I just don't want to keep them. I was planning on only doing the beetles today, but I got through them faster than I expected, so I'm going on to roaches already. Here we have my temporary enclosure for the single pair of Euchordia Westwoodi that just matured a couple weeks ago. And the female has already started laying eggs. Because I'm going to try, I put the nymphs into diapause already. I put all my stuff that needs diapause into diapause already. I usually diapause my stuff come Halloween and then take them out come Valentine's Day because it's just easier to remember that way. It's about 3 months. But yeah, these guys I assumed would require a diapause indefinitely, but I had some mature in like literally 4 months. So these stragglers that have matured before winter, I'm going to keep in their own enclosure and see if I can't break the diapause permanently on them. Because it would be nice, especially for Westwoodi, since they're like the prettiest Euchordia I've ever seen. So that would be cool. But we'll see how well that works. I would say it's successful if they breed for like 2 or 3 generations without a diapause. Yeah. Speaking of things that I thought didn't need a diapause but do, I think Ceothephilus akazizi might need a diapause because I just lost my colony after them just like struggling to just breed and survive as nymphs for a generation. And I think that they just, the ones from here in Idaho, I think they actually require a diapause, and they just peter out after a couple generations, after like 3 or 4 generations without one is when they seem to die. this is the second time that this has essentially happened to me. So even though they'll breed for a few generations without one, I do think that it is necessary for long-term survival of the colony to have a diapause, which is kind of annoying. So I'll have to collect more of those next year to restart my colony. I think Kyle's crapped out on him too. So yeah. Oh well. Lesson learned. And then I was going to give my Eucordia forceps a mild diapause just because the staggered rate at which the adults matured out kind of signifies to me that they may not need a diapause but will benefit from one. However, I did just have several adult females mature, and I have males mature at the same time, so I don't want to put adult Eucordia into diapause. And they clearly don't need it. It's just something that I think would boost production out of them, maybe. But I'll keep my forceps out of diapause. You know. But those, hopefully, I'm gonna get a bunch of baby forceps soon. It'd be nice. And then Eucordia Yasumatsui are I'm finally starting to get new adults out of those as well. Those had a bit of a crash. Their substrate got a bit too filled with orobated mites, I think. Which is my biggest problem has been with orobateds. It's been pretty like random. It's like some enclosures they don't breed explosively in, and others they do. And I've not been able to pinpoint the rhyme or reason for this. But no matter the case, when they reach explosive numbers, they seem to stress out whatever inverts they're with. And then randomly, they will enter a hypopus stage and latch onto, larger invertebrates, but they seem to do this also very randomly. Like with grain mites, when they explode, they latch onto basically every individual in a colony that they can, every roach, you know. But with the orobateds, it's like you'll get like 4 or 5 roaches in a colony of dozens to hundreds that will just be completely encumbered with orobateds all over their legs, and then the rest of the colony is fine. And it's really weird, and I don't understand why they randomly will pick individuals to just all latch onto at once. But then those individuals get very stressed out when they're basically wearing orobated mite socks. and usually that stresses them out to the point of death. But again, it's usually a minority of individuals in a colony. So like in a big roach colony, it doesn't really matter that much. But in a starter colony of something, it can get pretty serious. So I was having that issue with my Yasumatsui, to where like most of my... In Eucordia, they seem to mostly pick on the females. I think because the females are the ones that spend more time underground and thus are in more contact with the orobateds. So when all your fresh adult female, and it's weird because they only pick on the adults too. They don't pick on Eucordia nymphs, which is weird. But when all my Yasumatsu females were maturing, instantly becoming covered in orobateds, and then dying a few weeks later, that really hampered the colony's growth. So I had to rehouse them. Give them fresh substrate. So yeah, a bit annoying. But, I'll still take orobateds over grain mites. I still prefer orobateds to grain mites. I still sometimes dump in orobateds into new enclosures specifically to avoid grain mites. Because grain mites are worst, in my opinion. They breed way faster. And, again, when they explode and enter hypopus stage, they latch onto everything. And orobateds, I've never had clog up or surround breathing spiracles or mouth parts on any invertebrate. They only attach to the legs of invertebrates. Grain mites will clog up breathing spiracles and mouth parts and can way more quickly stress out and kill the things that they attach to. So, since they take up basically the same niche, I much prefer Orbathids and still will introduce them to new colonies of certain roaches and stuff, just to avoid grain mites from taking a hold. So basically the lesser of two evils. No matter what, I'm going to end up with one or the other, so I would rather just pick the one that's not as dangerous. Because keeping anything completely mite-free is like impossible / the biggest pain in the butt anyone could ever attempt to do. It'll literally drive you to insanity trying to do that. So you just gotta go with the lesser of two evils. You know? Add what cleanup crews you can. I like adding predatory mites to most of my cultures too, because those help with grain mites and excessive amounts of fungus gnats. And, yeah. And predatory mites, in my experience, have not been a bother to anything except for certain springtails. So, yep. That has been Microfauna with Tristan. The Microfauna corner with Tristan. Alright. This group. Any comments, concerns, questions? I used to have serious Orbatimites and many enclosures, now they're just gone, they suddenly disappeared. Well, lucky you. Lucky you. And then what else did you say above that, Alan? Found a female the other day, but didn't collect it because I assumed they need live plant material. Oh, of a normal tree cricket, I assume? Dang it, Alan. Should have tried. They're keeping them like Taphiliska. Again, it might be a complete waste of time. They might die without live plant material, but just they're very similar in build and morphology to Taphiliska. No, they're not in the same tribe as Taphiliska, I don't think, or subfamily, but I feel like they're close enough. They're close enough. That's not me, lol. Oh yeah, you hate Grylus chirps, so you'd go crazy. You'd go insane hearing Canthus chirps. They're much more annoying. But I still want to try. Well, hopefully I can find Idaho ones at some point. Even though Idaho ones will be more annoying. Because those will require diapods, I'm pretty sure. As eggs. Some more Aranavaga here. These are Aranavaga species Phoenix. I think might be Erratica. Aranavaga erratica, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure not only these Aranavaga species Phoenix that were originally collected by Cody Will, that I guess Kyle tentatively identified them as Tonkawa, but to me they look more like Erratica. And I'm also pretty sure that the light species in Aranavaga species Amato and Aranavaga species DOT rest area are also probably Aranavaga erratica. In my opinion. The males all look very similar to erratica. And the range matches. That's not me. I wonder if we can breed Camptonotus. I would love trying to breed Camptonotus, but as you said, you've tried it multiple times and had negative experiences with them. I would like to try one day, but you know, I would not. If I do try them in the future, I will not get my hopes up too much. But I would still like to try them one day. find something somewhere else I knew your way. Well, I would really appreciate that, Alan. Thank you. That would be awesome. Like tree Jerusalem crickets. I am completely done trying to breed regular Jerusalem crickets. I'll try Sia if I can get my hands on them. Because I feel like there's I've seen at least a couple people like get wild caught females to lay eggs and had those eggs hatch in culture over in Asia. So I would like to try those because those are literally in the family Stenopelmatidae, but giant tropical winged versions. I would try possibly true Stenopelmatis, specifically also the tropical South American species. Probably not the Mexican ones, because I feel like those would be just as difficult as Amylopelmatis. Or at least have the same issues as Amylopelmatis. And that's about it for things for Jerusalem crickets. That's about all I would be willing to try. I don't think I'd even try. What is the African genus? There's an African genus. I don't think it's Sia. Maybe it was combined with Sia. I forget. But yeah, no. None of the desert species. I'm done with those. They've been such a pain in the butt. I've tried, you know, 1, 2, 3. I've tried 4 different species now and have had horrible results every time. So screw it. That's someone else. Someone else can do that. But yeah, I would like to give the raspy crickets a try. The Camptonotus, not Camponotus. Yeah. I wouldn't mind trying Cosmoderus one day, but I hear those are a huge pain in the ass with the egg incubation. I also would love to try true Weddas one day, because there's actually, I have it saved on my bookmarks. There's a whole publication listing the care and breeding of Weddas from an author or authors in New Zealand who bred them for scientific and conservation purposes. Because of that, there's actually published information on how to breed them successfully, and seems fairly viable for an average invertebrate enthusiast to replicate. They just need a lot of space, but I would not mind trying true Weddas, but I have not seen those enter the hobby in years. But yeah, those would be cool. Speaking of pain in the butt Orthoptera, though, I did fail with my sand treader camel crickets that I had. The nymphs would not eat anything I gave them. They would eat like a little bit, and then of something, and the issue was I tried feeding them so many things I didn't really have a good grasp on what they were eating. It seemed like their favorite foods were pre-killed insects and artificial pollen. But they would eat a little bit, and then they get nice and plump, and then they would just get skinny again and die. And I tried several different substrate types as well, and yeah, several different humidity levels. I just could not get any of the offspring to survive. And I had dozens of nymphs, and they just all slowly petered out. So that was a bummer. Especially since there's such a cute species of camel cricket too. But yeah, I don't really know what the trick is to those. So that kind of sucked. But yeah, I don't know if I would try that particular species or genus again. I would maybe like to try a different genus of sand treader. There are so many. I think there's like 4 or 5 different genre of sand treaders in the US, so it might not all be that difficult, but certainly the ones I had were not easy. Or maybe they were easy and I just overlooked something really simple in their care, so I don't know. That kind of sucked. That put me off of that. species for now. What's his name? Edwin Lopez sent me a picture though. He found an adult female. I forget the genus name, but something robusta, the robust camel crickets. He found an adult female in his backyard, and he didn't collect it. But that's a species I would love to try to breed. The adults are so, like, this female was, like, basically black. And they're such a large, chunky species of camel cricket. Not a sand treader. I would have loved to give those a try. So hopefully he can find more, but it's already getting cold over there, so might be too late in the season. But yeah, I would love one of those. Either those or the what is the genus? Dahinia brevis or something. Another robust species from southeastern Europe. Sent me a pic and I told him to send it to you. Yeah, well, he sent it. Yeah, Eudosila. That's the one. Yep, he sent it right to me. It's like, hey, find more of these. And he's gonna look, but he might not be able to find any more. And it sucks because that one, I'm pretty sure, it was definitely a female and probably an adult female. And so probably mated. So if he'd collected that, that would have been enough to start a colony, most likely. But not in the cards. Okay. These are the fabled Parasaurus CF flavipes I'm taking care of right now. These guys, I did not give a ton of cross ventilation. They have a moderate amount of cross ventilation and then a lot of lid ventilation. So I'm hoping that combination will work well for them. And again, feeding them fruits, dog food, artificial pollen, and nectar substitute, just sugar water. So hopefully these guys breed. I haven't seen the adult male in a hot minute, which slightly concerns me, but I did give them a lot of cork bark hide. So I haven't seen his dead body, but when he does die, I would like to try to preserve said body so that I can just have that specimen. Well, fruit bowl fell. Yeah, man, fingers crossed with these Parasaurus. I really want these to do well. And on to my Parasaurus punctatus, which I've recovered. They had a little bit of a crash, my punctatus. Just a bit. I think, again, started keeping them a little too dry. But I'm having a bunch of new adults emerge, and a couple litters have been born recently, so I'm not concerned. I'll probably have a big boom over the winter, if I were to guess. And then just for me to get more pygmies, and then hopefully I'll have it by springtime. I would love to have nice healthy cultures of 3 different Parasaurus. And then hopefully be able to get a 4th, and maybe 5th, come springtime as well. Because like I said, I do have a contact for the Parasaurus CF glomeriformis from the Philippines. From Panay, Philippines. And then I have, hopefully, a source for the large Yunnan species as well. But we'll see how it pans out. Chat. Alright. which I did just put my Polyphaga plankii into diapause. I put my adults in their main enclosure into a mild diapause, mid to low 60s. But then I did take some ooths and put them in a little cup and put those in my garage, which will get much colder than that, just to see. Maybe they even need a more severe diapause. I don't think they will, but just in case, I want all my bases covered. Because what I really, really want this spring is a nice, good baby boom from the plankii, so I can finally start distributing those in the hobby. Because those are such large Polyphaga. So I've been able to hand out nymphs. I handed out some nymphs to what is it? I sent out a pair to Kyle and a pair to Brandon earlier this year, and then I sent ooths to Alan. Junior has some ooths as well, but I would like to be able to send out more substantial numbers of actual nymphs come springtime, so hopefully to make it happen and get them established. And still no babies for my Polyphaga obscura ooth. I have 2 ooths of the Polyphaga CF obscura Turkmenistan. I think it's Turkmenistan. I know there's Turkmenistan and there's Uzbekistan. And I think the Sasuri in the hobby are from Uzbekistan, and I'm pretty sure the obscura are from Turkmenistan. But I have 2 ooths of those and I'm waiting to hatch. Those would also probably benefit from a diapause, but I don't think it's required, much like in Sasuri. So I'm just keeping those warm until they hatch. And then with the future ooths in a larger colony, I can experiment with mild diapauses and such. Which in Sasuri and presumably this line of obscura, it's the ooths don't necessarily require a diapause to hatch, but it does make them hatch quicker if you put them in diapause for like a month or 2. And then take them out and they usually hatch like within a month. In the case of Sasuri, at least, versus if you don't give them a diapause, they take like up to 8 months to hatch. So, you know. That just comes down to how much effort you're willing to put into getting the ooths to hatch earlier. Did I even feed these? Yeah, let's just give them pollen. I like giving my Ernevaga artificial pollen. I know Brandon Maines does too. Just because they, it's just a nice, very easily available protein source, and they seem to really like it. Even though pollen is not a food they would ever encounter in the wild. It's basically just protein powder, so. A lot of Ernevaga. What time is it even? Probably go to bed soon. Yeah. I don't get it. I still have adult use. My ooths also haven't hatched yet. Yeah, see, Martin, I really do think the plankii just need a diapause. Perhaps a severe one to induce the ooths to hatch. The nymphs grow just fine without one. And the adults do fine without one, but I think the Uthaka need at least a somewhat significant jump. Because the only Uth I ever had that hatched was one that I gave a mild diapause to. One of the original Uths you sent me. And from that Uth is where all my individuals came from. I think maybe 2 Uths actually hatched. And I gave them a diapause. And so this is the really chunky mix for the Aranavaga CF Grata that I'm hoping will work to breed them. I don't really like this substrate, the Zilla Jungle Mix. I'm not a huge fan of peat, sphagnum peat in general, just because it's not a very sustainable material, and it's very hydrophobic, so it's kind of difficult to rehydrate once moist. It also doesn't have the benefit of changing color when wet versus dry that coconut fiber does. It's harder to tell when things dry out. But conversely, it is more palatable than coconut fiber is. So for things that actively eat their substrate, there's benefit in that. But most roaches don't really actively eat the substrate unless they have nothing else to eat. Even Aranavaga, so it does not matter. Parcoblata zebra. I'm putting the Parcoblata Montgomery, the remaining ones that I have, into diapause. I'm actually putting them in my garage for a diapause because they did not do well without one. So we'll see if I can salvage my Divisa Montgomery from that. I'm debating putting the zebra into a diapause as well, but those aren't even subadults yet, so not sure if I'm going to commit to that. Ooh, I finally have adults of both males and females of true Hemiblabra tenebricosa. They're so pretty. So pretty compared to Rosenni. They're not as small as I thought they'd be, but still definitely smaller than Rosenni. Yeah, hoping these will breed for me. And then my Hemiblabra granulata have actually been breeding pretty well. Give it a few more litters and I might actually put a group or 2 up for grabs. But yeah, for now I'm holding back on splitting the colony until they grow out a bit more. But yeah, those have definitely been doing pretty well. Very easy. Most Hemiblabra are. It's weird because Oren mentioned that these true tenebricosa were in the hobby at one point. Said he hadn't seen them in years when I posted about them on the Roach forum. Which makes me wonder how they were ever actually lost from culture, and also makes me worry deep in my heart that they may have been mixed with the Cuban Rosenni and potentially hybridized, and I've been trying to keep that dark thought away at bay, but I feel like that could be a possibility, but I hope not. If anything, I hope they can't hybridize and were tossed in with Rosenni and outcompeted by them, if they were ever mixed. Or maybe just the true tenebricosa just never bred or got established in captivity due to bad luck. But yeah. Alright, what do we got now? I'm actually gonna refill the water real quick. I will be back. Any other questions asked? I definitely have some of my captive animals are turning out bigger than the wild ones. I don't know what that's in regard to. And then Martina says, still has surplus of their ooths. Yeah, I mean, Planky, I lay a ton of ooths. So many ooths. I mean, Polyphag in general do. Hemiblabra. Yeah, they're not as, yeah, the Tenebricos are definitely not as small as I thought they would be. So I guess the wild ones you guys had were just a bit on the small side. But still smaller than Roseni average. So. But that does make, because like the size discrepancy isn't that large in the literature between Roseni and Tenebricosa, so that makes more sense. That puts my mind at ease a bit more on my tentative ID for the hobby Hemiblabra. I really want true Hemiblabra Bruneri to enter the hobby already. Those would be cool. And Aspiducious. I really want Aspiducious. It's like more squared off, cavernophile Hemiblabra. Yeah. These might be a little bit of a pain. I need to rehouse these. These are the European hobby stock Hemiblabra Bruneri. I'm looking for those, and all I found in the spot was Farnus. Oh yeah, the Aspiducious, yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Got a lot of adults now, and a lot of oots being laid of the hobby stock, European hobby stock Bruneri. Or not Bruneri, Paraplanet Brunia. There you go. Yeah, these guys are doing pretty well, but I'm gonna probably rehouse them soon because they like trying to dart out of this container a lot. And if one of these were to get loose, my mom would kill me. Because they're not a pest species, but they really look like them. Look like Americana. But she has been opposed to me acquiring, even though those technically can't infest houses either. But yeah, I mean, these look essentially identical to Paraplanata Americana as adults. Ooh, I see. Yay, there's newborn babies actually. Sweet. I bred these. The first Paraplaneta I've ever bred. Because it's the first Paraplaneta I've ever bothered keeping seriously. The fireness for another target species. Well, that's good. At least you found something that you were looking for in Puerto Rico. These are my Stignoma spiniferum. Yeah, they're doing okay. The breeding has slowed down a little bit in the main colony just because I think there's just enough adults in there now that they're eating some of the babies. And there's also Leucocoprinus in the substrate, which is probably hampering oviposition. But they're still babies, like newborn hatchlings and various immatures growing in here, so I'm not too concerned. Oops. Definitely not what we should do. Yeah, these guys are such cute little hearts. And so this is the main enclosure, but I did put some in a large former Libidioides ornata enclosure as well, right below them. And I haven't seen any breeding from those yet, which is odd. Apple, a piece of dog food. Find something with springtails. Dump some in there. Babies yet? Any stignoma babies in here? Certainly a lot of Nocticola babies. I didn't bother sexing them when I threw them in here. I hope I didn't just put all male stignoma in here. Seeming like that might be a possibility. Yeah, I don't see any hatchling stignoma in here yet. So, oh well. Just keep waiting. Now that I actually know how to culture these things, I really did want to try that, what is the Pacific Northwest equivalent of stignoma? I forget the genus name on those. But I had them at some point, but I did not keep them correctly. Knowing what I know now about stignoma, I would have fed them far more live prey, mainly Compsognes and stuff like that. But I don't have a source for those anymore, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, happy to see Paraplaneta Brunea babies. That's cool. So those almost died out here. And yeah, probably something that no one would care except for us few crazy enthusiasts. They did die out, but hey, still glad to see it. And now if I'm ever presented with the opportunity to keep those emerald cockroach wasps, I can say, hey, yes, I have a colony of Paraplaneta that I can feed from. Even though I'm pretty phobic of wasps, I do want those emerald cockroach wasp parasites. Just because they're so cute and pretty. And they make zombies. Who doesn't like zombie roaches, eh? Carnophoeta formosana. Bed. Waters. This is my Simondola conceptarium colony. These guys have been doing pretty well. I got a lot of adults, and it looks like I'm a little female heavy, which is always nice. And the females are starting to plump up a bit, so hey, here's hoping I breed these. This will be my first serious attempt with this species. So it'd be nice if first time's a charm. I know these give some people a headache to breed, and others they just breed like feeders for, so not quite sure what the determining factor for that is, but hey, hopefully I'll be someone they breed like feeders for, because these are very pretty roaches. You'll have to take my word for that, because I can't show them on camera. Because the phone camera is not good enough. It's my Fionus Maisie, female, presumed female. But she has not molted in my care, and she eats every now and then, but not, like, very frequently. So I don't know if I'm doing something wrong with these. Again, she eats every now and then, but not at a very fast rate. It's like intermittent fasting, and no molting, no growing. So... And even when she does eat, she doesn't really get that fat, so... Not really sure if I'm doing anything wrong. She's still alive, so... You know, that's something. But... I don't know. My first amblypygids, so... Not very experienced with them. So Ceravitata enclosure. You guys are doing okay. Not as great as I wanted them to do in their first gen, but I got a decent amount of babies, so I should be able to get a nice big boom next generation. I think there's just too many springtails in this enclosure. They're kind of stressing them out, but eventually the roaches should outcompete the springtails. So, not gonna worry about that. What is this? This is the... And about your species, DOT rest area dark. Looking good. I got babies from these already. So, these are looking nice. Nice and happy. Bar species M. No, wait, no. This is Armadillidium klugi. My mutt mixed locale. I would like to get all the pure ones at some point. Brandon Maines has pure stock of all the klugi locales. Almost all of them. It's got pure Dubrovniks, pure Slanos, pure Montenegro. Mine appear to be a mix of Montenegro and Dubrovnik. So I sell these dirt cheap, and people still get them. They're fairly popular, probably one of my more popular isopods. But I am very clear in my labeling of them being a mixed locale. Normally I wouldn't really sell mixed localities as stuff, but most klugi, these were sold to me as Montenegros. most Klugi on the market probably are mixed locales by now, so there's really not much of a point in not selling them, especially since I'm selling them for like dirt cheap. So I don't think it's making things worse. But I would like to get the pure locales at some point and start distributing those. And when I have those, I will probably dismantle my mixed colony because they're not as pretty as the pure locales. So I will have no reason to keep them or distribute them, and then I'll just blatantly label the pure ones as pure, obviously. And yeah, but at this point, there's not much saving the isopod hobby from that kind of stuff. It's so far gone in terms of mixing localities and stuff. So just kind of futile at that point. Most people don't give a crap about it. But again, I will try to get the pure ones at some point, and I'm just not too worried about it because Brandon has good colonies of them. He's taking good measures to make sure they all stay pure, and I don't see them crashing on him anytime soon. And if they crash on him, then he got his from Anthony Molnar, who also takes good measures to keep things pure, and I don't see them crashing on him anytime soon. So it's like, I'm not in a rush to get them because I'm not a huge isopod guy. But it is on my list. Next year I would like to acquire a bunch more isopods. Namely from Brandon. So, some more Armadillidium species, some more Cubaris. I don't know if you can hear this scratching from the Eupolyphagus sinensis wide-eyes. They're doing really good. I really want more Eupolyphaga. I really need to get my hands on plain sinensis. Again, I've never had plain sinensis, but I would like to have them, especially since the wide-eyes are doing so well. So it seems like plain sinensis are kind of dwindling in the hobby here. But yeah. But more Eupolyphaga in general would be great. I know Martino's working with those, so hopefully he gets nice colonies established with more Eupolyphaga species for the hobby. Granted, most of those ones will probably require diapauses. I'm kind of surprised sinensis don't. It's the locale we have. These are my ectobid, or former ectobid cultures. Keep a lot of these in 32-ounce deli cups with vented lids. And some of these I am planning on rehousing to larger enclosures like these Euthlastoblata abortiva. Because there's so many in such a small enclosure. It's kind of gross at that point. This colony, this is former Carablata lucia Brooksville colony. That's now Compsodi's Schwartzy colony. I'm just gonna let that fizzle out because I don't think there's any more Carablata in there, and I'm getting more from Brandon, so those can just be fed off. I don't like this. Why is this? Oh, it's just a bunch of... I hope... Yeah, it's just because I am getting more hatchlings, next-gen hatchlings from my, whatchamacallit, Euthlastoblata species Everglades, which is good. Those Might just be me and Kyle keeping those right now. So, yeah, a lot of adults popping out right now. It looks like some hatchlings, so hopefully I can establish a decent sized population this generation and get those sent out to more people. Those are really pretty Slastoblada, but also pretty finicky. Oh, I'm gonna have to rehouse these two. The Latibotella Rennie are a big pain to deal with. These I'm probably gonna rehouse pretty soon as well, just because simply there's not even that many in here, but it's just the fact that there's such a freaking pain in the ass to do maintenance on. They're always run up as soon as you disturb the enclosure. There's these are the Margatti and Nimbata, and they're really not causing me much grief. Neobotella species Miami. Which is also a really neat little underrated species that I've tried to sell for months, and literally no one has ever bought them. Makes me sad. Cute little ectovid, or pseudophilodromid. But nobody likes pseudophilodromids. Not even pretty ones. Escapee. Alright. Yeah, there are definitely babies in the Everglades containers. That's great. I'd love the Ocala at some point. Only Kyle's constantly had crap down on him. A piece of food. What time is it? Yeah, I'm probably gonna end the stream in about 20-ish minutes, and I'm probably gonna go to bed. Primary press house small enclosure, you keep them in without crashing them. In a ventilated cup, I always forget to water those and dry things out inside, so I go for no vent. Yeah, if I ever give my ectovids, pseudophilodromids no ventilation, they always crash on me within a couple months. Because I keep them humid and with no ventilation, and they just crap out all the time. Whereas with the vented lids, they seem to do really well. At least with me keeping them as humid as I do. Nice balance between higher humidity but good ventilation. But yeah, there's hundreds of freaking abortiva in here. A bunch of the Neostylopiga. There are hundreds of Neostylopiga in this. Not Neostylopiga, Neobotella in this. You can't really see it that well, but there are hundreds of the species Miami in here. And this is what, a 16-ounce deli? That I've vented so many pinholes on the top and on the sides as well for that. But yeah, no, I have no issues starting up colonies of these types of roaches in these types of containers. Long term, a lot of them will have crashes, but not due to humidity. It's always due to just filth buildups. And then for a lot of those, it's easier. It's less of a pain. It's less of a pain to remove survivors and restart a colony and replace the substrate and all that in a smaller enclosure than it is in a larger one with these. So I tend to, like a lot of these, this ends up being their permanent enclosure size. But some of them I do move to these ones, these Dollar Tree taller containers. But these I have to ventilate manually with pinholes, which is a huge pain. The diaphana I chose to ventilate with my soldering iron, and so some of the holes on it are big enough for them to get out, and so I constantly have diaphana nymphs everywhere. Same with my Baltavillas. So that's becoming increasingly annoying. And I may even rehouse my diaphana in the future to something with only actual pinhole ventilation, but you know, they're doing fine. I care more about the colony health right now, and I know for a fact none of them can get into my Euslastoblata species Everglades container, because that container is airtight lid with fabric lid that has no holes in it, so I'm not worried about these getting into there and me mixing them up for the moment. So, but I am getting a little annoyed with finding diaphana everywhere. But at the same time, my diaphana did kind of crash earlier this year. They're doing great now, hundreds in there, but they did crash pretty heavily earlier this year, again due to filth buildups, and a lot of the individuals I restarted that colony with were ones that had randomly gotten into other roach bins and survived. So that was kind of a saving grace, having essentially backup colonies in some of my other roach bins, so yeah. It's kind of funny. Oh wait, hold on, I got two. Okay, well this somewhere is sending me something, and I'm not gonna say what or where from or any of that, but they needed my phone number, which I forgot to provide. So, oh well, and he rose from the dead, and then he's back on again. That's weird that it keeps it as the poor Alan. Poor Alan is just reconnecting and logging back out every time. Oh, that's hilarious. Is he gonna bother coming back? Oh my god. Wait, is he even... Yeah, let me put that back here. I'm sorry, I assume Alan just came back. Sorry, Alan. I keep having to write back to this person. But... And so, apparently it keeps it as the same stream even though it's getting disconnected every time I do that. But... Yeah. Someone's sending me something pretty important. And if they get here successfully, I'm going to be so happy. But I'm not saying anything, and I'm not jinxing anything. But, yeah, they need my phone number, and I forgot to... When does the OnlyFans content start? Let me just take that. No, you gotta pay for that, man. Yeah, that's like the midnight content. It's too early for the... Oh my god. Alright. Baltavillas. Yeah, I'll give the Balta some fruit. Maybe I should ask Kyle for Ball to Match Blood. You and Kyle need to do some collab stream someday. Hey, I'd be up for that. That'd be really fun. I'm still live? Yes, I am still live. The only problem with doing it with Kyle is that I'm on the complete opposite schedule of him. Like, this is my bedtime right now. I should be in bed. I'm going to bed here soon. So I could potentially wake up earlier in the afternoon, but the only days I have free to really stream are Sunday and Monday. So I don't know if he's ever free on those days. I don't know if he has a day job. I don't think he does. I think he just does bugs, right? For his living. Which, goals. But, so we might be able to work something out, but I know he's a very busy man. So, but I would like to do a collaboration stream with him one day. Should both be us just chilling doing bug maintenance. And just bullshitting. Still no Iricotus and Procera babies, but they're laying a good amount of ooze. It was weird. My Improcera were doing like really poorly this try until I gave them bark. Like they were not laying eggs at all, and then I gave them bark, and all of a sudden they're laying ooze everywhere, which is kind of odd. I thought they'd be fine with just cardboard hides, but I guess not. Either that or the enclosure I had them in was shit. I did also move them to a new enclosure, but it's basically the same setup. Let's see that I had. And Tennyson said, "You're still streaming." Yes, I am. Still streaming. I've impersonated so much. Yeah, Improcera are like, in my opinion, can I get this? No, I ruined this. No, let's stay. Okay. Improcera are like the prettiest Iricotus in my opinion that I've seen personally. Like even Jarico, they're even prettier than Jarico in my opinion. I have not kept Decipiens in person yet, so I will reserve my final judgment for that. But of all the Iricotus I've seen in person, and I've seen everything except for Decipiens and Floridana in person. Yeah, those are my favorite. Definitely the prettiest in my opinion. And I'm so disappointed at how few people want Improcera. Like, I really don't understand. You find Improcera prettier than Decipiens? Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand how people don't like Improcera, how no one like wants to keep them. Did I feed these? Yeah. Like, again, in my opinion, they're so pretty. Yeah, the nymphs of Improcera, compared to Decipiens, they are less colorful, yes. But they still got some nice cream-colored bordering. Do I make them available? Maybe ask Alan or Kyle. I don't have them available yet. I will soon, hopefully, once my oots start hatching. And it is a very prolific species, so probably from this generation I will be able to sell some. But I bet Alan and or Kyle have them available right now, so reach all the way back here. Okay. I only have a bunch of adults and first instars at the moment. Okay. Well, never mind. Kyle. Ask Kyle when he's done shipping all his auction stuff out and has his sanity restored. Where's... Oh. Alright, we're already on to the bottom shelf stuff. This is possibly the fastest I've done maintenance in a while, or at least it feels like the fastest. Normally this takes me like twice as long. I don't know why. It's going faster, but hey, I'll take it. which means it's time for what, Alan? Show bugs now. I can't. It's embarrassingly poor quality bugs to show with this camera. I need better camera. No, I can't see those. I got Pro Porcellio Volcanius, I think is how it's pronounced, from Nathan Jones recently, and I think he sent mostly gravid females because I have so many babies right now. So many. These guys are cool. I really like these. Probably one of my favorite new Ice Spot editions. Really nice, subtle, fiery colors on some of the adults. They're really cool. I forgot where I put mine. Yeah, Proporcella Volcanicus. I know the species name is, there's like two spellings of it, and one of them is old and outdated. I forget which one. Hopefully they're thriving. Yeah, well, I would be surprised if you lost them, considering how easy mine are breeding. They also burrow too, so if things start drying out, I would imagine there would be survivors at the bottom of the enclosure. Can't remember either. Yeah, one of the spellings is right. It doesn't matter that much. I'm just talking about them. One species that's doing a little precariously here in the US right now is the Decoralampra fulgentiae. Mine completely failed. Brandon's completely failed. Junior still has some, but they haven't bred for him yet, so he's a little concerned about them. Which is weird. My better than Pronosis, in my opinion, still prolific, but yeah, I really do like the Proporcella for sure. I'm not sure why Brandon. Okay, I have had absolute shit luck with epilambrids the past couple of years, and I don't know why. Brandon, on the other hand, usually has pretty good luck with them, and again, he did breed the Decoralampra in the past. He just had crashes due to fungal issues, so he's unsure why his never bred this go around. And then Junior also tends to do well with epilambrids, so not really sure why. I might have to get more of those from York, but that's kind of annoying to have to do that. But at least York sells them super cheap. So, you know, just a matter of bringing them in at a time of year when they're not going to overheat in shipping or freeze to death. But, yeah, hopefully Junior breeds his, so we can just avoid that altogether, because it's pretty annoying. Having to constantly get stuff back from Jorg. And just embarrassing, like, come on, US Hobby. You gotta represent, man. One of us gotta succeed with them. These are the Hormetica species. No, Hormetica species Columbia. And the babies. I see no babies yet. Emphasis on yet. I'm keeping these cooler now, just like my Strumosa, so hopefully, like the Strumosa, I start getting babies. I think I only got one litter for my Strumosa, but hopefully more will follow. I really want to be heavily... I want to start having more success with Hormetica and Lucy Hormetica, because I really love those genre. But it's been a pain for me, but I think maybe I've just been keeping them too hot. Down to 3 adults that aren't breeding oranges and Cape Canyon. 3 adults and they aren't breeding the Stramosa. Yikes. Yeah, my adults are doing fine, especially now that I'm keeping them cooler. Like, a big problem I had with Helmetica in the past was the adults would just age so fast. But now that they're being kept cooler, they're both not aging so rapidly, and I actually got babies. So, it does seem like room temperature, mid to low 70s seems to be preferable for them. Kyle just messaged me that he does have Embatfium glabrums still, so that's good. I can get those back from him. And he asked me how my Depressum are doing, and I will write him. But Depressum, Embatfium Depressum he sent me are doing pretty well. I've had several new adults emerge from larvae that he had sent me, and then I'm getting pre-pupal larvae already, and some pupa from the adults that he sent me, that their offspring are starting to mature, and there's still lots of larvae in the substrate, so I'll hopefully be able to send him back in Embatfium Depressum within a few months. Yeah, those have taken off for me very well. And they don't even seem to be that picky about the substrate. We were thinking maybe they were samophiles, but I got them in sand mixed with cocoa fiber, and they're breeding just fine. It's not even... It's basically a 50-50 ratio, so... Yeah, they're having no issues ovipositing or in developing in that substrate, so... Don't know why they weren't doing well for Kyle, but they're doing fine for me, so... I should be able to send him some back soon-ish. Barring any horrendous tragedies, unexpected tragedies. This stuff. What do we have next? We got random spare male, enclosure spare male Ailuropoda, because my culture is very male heavy. Spare male Blabrus truculensis. I don't want to stress the one female I have. Oh, and then a female nymph of Princessia Big Black that will hopefully grow fast and mature and mate with the Ailuropoda. Give him a little bit of food. And this is the male Ailuropoda with a virgin female Comfortorina mahogany, Portentosa mahogany, and female nymph of Ellipterina laevigata. Abomination containers. It feels mean calling them abominations. They're not abominations. Hybrids are not abominations on virtue of being hybrids. I have no qualms with hybrids as a existing. I just don't like the obvious and very common problem of people mislabeling hybrids as pure stock, and then we end up losing the pure stuff, which sometimes looks better than the hybrids, or at least different. So we lose diversity when we lose those stocks. But in a perfect world, I would love it if we had like line bred hybrids properly labeled and everything in the hobby, and not mislabeled ever. Because that can add more diversity to the hobby. So especially if it's like nice line bred stuff bred for certain traits, morphologically and color wise, I think it'd be really cool to have in the roach hobby. But we don't get to have those nice things when people struggle to label the hybrids we already have correctly, so it's unfortunate. Maybe one day in a perfect world. You know, the first batch of Grassy never bred, but then the second batch I have been breeding well. Well, that's good. Glad to hear that. Brandon Maines also had similar issues. He's tried breeding Grassi in the past and they didn't do well, but now his current group of Grassi, which I think he started keeping a little cooler, have been breeding well for him. That's cool. That's a species I will probably try again next year, pending more absolute success with my current Hornetica species. We had a few more litters from the Strumosa, and I'm able to breed the species Columbia, then I'll probably branch out into more Lucia America. I'm hoping Ty will be successful in breeding his Hyperorchinoda Lidomorph Panama. Those would be awesome to see better established in culture. Again, maybe another species, maybe a species I would try again, and just keep them like my Hermetica. Again, if I have better success with Hermetica. I was able, thanks to one of my friends, just straight up bought me a male Macropanestia from JoJo's Inverts, which is really nice of him. And he only asked for like a pair or two in return if they breed. So that's really cool, because I'm sadly fairly positive at this point that the second female Macropanestia I had was never mated by the one that you sent me, Alan. I think he got too old by the time that second female was mature. And then again, that first female gave birth to a really poor litter that only one nymph survived, which was either just because it was her first litter or because the sperm from that first male just wasn't very virile because of his age. Who knows? But still, if I get good litters, I will send you back some nymphs. Just out of principle, Alan, if you want them. At least a few pairs, hopefully. Pending successful breeding. Just because you did send me that male, so I want you to get something out of that. But yeah, I love these. I love these so much. Yeah, the male is pretty big. He's not even a major, I don't think, but he's definitely a sizable male compared to the male you sent. And seems to be younger. Seems to have more, life in him. I mean, it's kind of hard to gauge with these because they're so slow moving, but he's fatter, he's plumper, he eats more than the other males. So I assume he's of a nice age. At the very least, he should have mated the females. So by now. So hopefully January, maybe this spring or late winter, I might get babies. We'll see. I have no idea. But at least the one baby that I have that survived is doing nice. Like a third of the way grown already. And it is a female. Which is pretty funny. I need more water. I shall be right back. should maybe invest in a larger one of these. Maybe. So I don't have to refill it quite as often. But man, I really love these hand pump sprays compared to the little trigger sprays I was previously using. So nice. Good. Now we have my Marylandella species, Ember Bee. These are doing pretty well. It's weird. I seem to only be getting broods of like 8 at a time. And I feel like, based on a lot of other people's postings, that's a pretty small amount of babies per brood. But said babies, and the females have stopped giving birth entirely for like the last month or two, but they have like molted in that time, so I'm pretty sure they're just like prioritizing growth at the moment over breeding. And will likely soon start giving birth again now that they have molted. But the nymphs that the Menka that I did have, like, they seem to have had little to no die off and are nearing sexual maturity size already. They've grown pretty fast and pretty healthily, so I'm not really concerned. It's just kind of weird. I feel like I should be getting more babies out of the broods, and I'm not sure why I didn't, but I can't really complain when the babies I did get are growing well. They're going to be breeding themselves soon. The colony is well on track to becoming pretty big, so just keep on keeping on and see what happens, but they're doing well so far, so happy with that. These are one of the few isopods I actually give fruit and stuff to. Basically treating them like I treat roaches, so I'm actually giving them the full dog food, artificial pollen, fruit. I even gave them some calcium, calcium carbonate, which for my snails, I've been, I got some nice pure calcium carbonate, mixed it with water, let it dry out into like a solid patty, and then have been breaking that up into pieces. And these guys don't eat it though. They've literally not touched the calcium whatsoever. Versus Kibara species Amber seem to eat it up a lot, which again, I doubt it's actually really necessary for most isopods, period, despite what the hobby claims. It seems unlikely that it's that important for most species, but the Ambers do eat it, and certainly Spanish Porcelio go nuts for it. My Magnificus especially have been going nuts for the calcium carbonate. So I can tell when things are eating it, and the Marylandella do not touch it at all. So it does not seem to be necessary or beneficial to them whatsoever. And then we got any comments? Fingers crossed for babies. Yeah, from the Macroplastia. Hopefully soon. Got some Porcelio nites pruinosis that I collected here in Idaho. I'm pretty sure pruinosis is the only species that occurs here. But when I have a bigger colony, I'll probably send some to Nate. Both to hopefully maybe definitively identify, and then also just because he likes having specimens with locality data. Even for stuff that isn't native here. So, yeah, those have been breeding slowly. Hygrodsmidae species Coda Kinobalu Malaysia have been doing pretty well this year. Last year they were on the down and down, but this year they're doing really nicely. breed millipedes. I'm a millipede breeder. I have a nice colony of these 5mm long pink millipedes that no one cares about. That counts. That counts. Not really. Not pry into this too much. Wait. Our species, Miyako. These guys have been the QR species Miyako have been a real like slow burn. They get decent amounts of offspring, like decent amounts of litters, but just like very small litters at a time. So they are slowly building up in numbers, but again a bit of a slow burn. But it feels like once they really get going, we'll probably have tons of them. These. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure my what is it? My Boise pseudoscorpions, the Trinetidae species, Boise, fat, plump little pseudoscorpions. Unfortunately, after talking with William Samogin, Sammy Ding Dong, however you pronounce his last name, he thinks that I probably only have females, because all the ones I photographed look like females. I don't have any that look like males. And so sadly, it seems I will not be able to establish a colony of those. It does not appear to be a parthenogenetic species. So that kind of sucks. But on the plus side, those new weird little slender pseudoscorpions I got recently from Melba, Idaho, those I have a male and a female of for sure, so I'm hoping those breed. My Panda Kings will probably be available again soon. I got rid of these last year, but I had a single pair stowaway in another isopod enclosure, and it was a sexed pair. And from that sexed pair, I restarted an entire colony. So, yeah. Panda Kings, you can't get rid of them. They're the dwarf whites of Cubar, I feel like. But not parthenogenetic, just very prolific and hardy. So, yeah, but I thought that was pretty funny. Also, I've been trying to get rid of this Hydrurus spadix just because I'm not actually that interested in it. But I grabbed it when I found it a couple months ago. But no one's getting it, and I'm wondering, like, what is the normal going price for those? I've been trying to sell it for $40. It's a suspect male. I don't know if I'm overcharging. I don't pay attention to that area of the hobby much, so no idea. But it is a Hydrurus CF spadix from Idaho. So if anyone I'm overcharging at $40 for one male. But if anyone knows anyone interested in one, give me a fair price, just let me know, because I don't really... I'm kind of done with predatory crap. I mean, this one's been easy to care for so far, but I'm just kind of bored with predatory stuff lately. Even the really easy predatory stuff. I finally started getting babies from my Chichilopus Balkan Giants, which is pretty cool. The babies are super cute. They're like really flat and wide. But yeah, so these are nifty, obscure species, so hopefully they continue to breed. I can offer those up eventually for the 2 people that are probably interested in them. And my Armored Lydium maculatum are doing really well. I got a culture from a line from France. No, a line from an Italy keeper. So, but I think France is where they originally collected. But so it's a European stock line, which I know Brandon and me were talking about them, and he was hoping that they would have more of a clean striping pattern to them compared to the U.S. stocks, but to me they look the same. It's a lot of just spotty individuals. But I think a lot of U.S. lines still had a lot of chocolate-colored individuals, and these don't. It's pretty high contrast, dark and light. Hope this Waharita communal goes well. I can't see. Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, I hope I can get Kyle to send me some of the Swaharita soon. Maybe this next box, because they look really cool from your pictures, Tennyson. And then Alan, no, I do not want a ton of microtomus babies. I have 3 surviving microtomus babies and 1 adult female, which I'm waiting to lay more eggs, because if I can salvage a colony, I'll probably keep them going, but I'm not getting any more. If I fail with these, I'm not trying them again. Just because I really can't be bothered. I've had no more hatches, and she doesn't seem to be laying more eggs, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna go kaput. And I'm not gonna fret about that, because, yeah, I'm kind of tired of predatory things especially predatory things that can't go that long without food, or water. Or, like the microtomas seem to dehydrate really easily for me, but I can't. Keeping them humid they don't really like that. So, yeah, not the biggest fan. Especially of the smaller nymphs. The larger nymphs, not that difficult to keep. The adults, not that difficult to keep. But the small nymphs, pain in the butt. With them being more cannibalistic. So, yeah. I'm kind of done with those. Platymeris, though, and if I can get a hardy culture of Cytala that's not going to refuse to eat for me, those I don't mind. Those are easy. Especially since I can just throw super worms in there and they'll eat them. And the babies, I was able to feed just pre-killed Parcoblata and stuff, and those were easy. And not cannibalistic as youngins, so yeah, I would like to expand my Platymeris and Cytala collection, but The other more finicky assassins, you know what? I think I'll leave that to you guys, you assassin enthusiasts, connoisseurs. It's funny because at one point I wanted to keep those Syndicus, those Asian arboreal difficult species. I was like, I can take care of those. And then I get fucking, I get destroyed by Microtomus babies. I'm like, nah, no, never mind. I'm not cut out for that. I'm not cut out for the predatory stuff, the non-communal, higher difficulty predatory stuff. I'll mess with Harvestmen though, Pseudo-Scorpions, certain assassins, Click Beetles, you know, but that stuff's easy in comparison, so I'm not that good. Titanophilus. I want to try Titanophilus again. My female died because I was stupid and gave her a bark hide, and then she somehow got crushed under that. But I kept her going for quite a long, almost a year. She did fine in my care, molted a couple times. I know I can keep those, I just have to not be stupid with them. Brandon's literally the only person in the world breeding them, and he is refusing to redo their enclosure. He needs to change the substrate and probably start isolating babies. There seems to be a decent amount of cannibalism going on. So his culture is like self-sustaining but not growing. And he's not like actively feeding them as frequently as he probably should. And he admits that and he knows that. But he can't be bothered. He has them in such a large enclosure with such a deep volume of substrate that he does not want to undergo the labor of digging through that super gently and removing all individuals from said substrate. I think the problem is the substrate's a bit degraded, and he also wants to start keeping them on a shallower layer of substrate and in smaller groups to increase survival rates. But he can't be bothered to freaking dig through that substrate, which, I mean, it is a large undertaking because you have to be really fragile, especially with the babies. Digging through the substrate, you snap them in half, and that's a $100 centipede you just murdered. But still, he really needs to do that. I'm tempted to. If I go to, I'm hoping maybe to visit him this summer, fly over to Pennsylvania, and if I do that, I'm gonna make that one of the things that we can do together. We can sift through Titanophilus muck together, because I really want his colony to grow more so that he can split it and send some to me. Because those are some of the coolest centipedes I've ever seen. And they're not that difficult, just, you know, just needs to change the freaking substrate in there. Let's see if I got any comments. Really hope this one Harita. Yeah, no. Yetis. Celia Magnificus. These guys are doing pretty well. Starting to get gravid females again. They're very much a seasonal species for sure. But got a small brood and some more gravid females, so hopefully we'll have a nice baby boom from these soon. Yeah, I really like these. These are probably some of my favorite Porcelio, the Magnificus. I really love their like very sturdy build. They also have not been a huge pain in the ass for me. A lot of other Porcelia have, but these have been pretty easy going. At least in terms of not murdering the females. Males don't really bother the females that much, even when there's a lot of males. So I like that about them. Same thing with the Porcelia Hoffman's singing. But then like Expansis and Bolivari and Silvestri, I've had a lot of issues with that, with the adults killing each other, especially males killing females. But Magnificus do not seem to do that, so definitely one of my favorites. And they're huge. I like big pods, and I cannot lie. The small ones are cool too. Actually, I need to move that. What time is it? 9:33. Okay. I will finish this shelf and then I'll probably get off. Asia bladicchiatensis, another species no one wants, and I kind of don't want them anymore because they're such freaking nut jobs. I can barely crack the lid open to do maintenance without them all climbing out, and like the enclosure's too short for me to do a climbing barrier, but at the same time I can't be bothered to rehouse them to something larger when it's not a high priority species. No one's like buying them, so they're, you know, thriving in this small of an enclosure, so I'm not worried about losing them, so I don't feel the need to rehouse them for their own health. It's more so, it would just be more convenient for me to take care of them if they were in a larger enclosure, but, you know. I'll just keep them in this one for now. It sucks because they probably would be a decent feeder species. They breed at a pretty good rate when they're set up nicely. Speaking of things that breed well when set up nicely, my Parkobata Americana doing really well. My Boise Americana. These I just keep on the lowest shelf, so they don't get like a diapause, but the floor is cooler during the winter than it is in the summer, so they get a slight temperature drop in the winter, which they probably appreciate, and maybe not necessarily need, but I'm sure they appreciate. But they do just still breed during the winter, so I don't know if it's all that important. But yeah, these guys are one of my personal faves because they're the only roach that I've ever collected myself. I was the first to record them from Idaho. It's the first native roach ever found in Idaho. So they're near and dear to my heart. Oh yeah. Okay. Now, get that. Alright. Now, Pycnocellus. Two cultures of these Pycnocellus Cernominus is dark. One is throwing out like lighter colored adults. That's the main culture. That's not really something I want in my darks, you know? So, and then this this culture, I started with the darkest adults that I could find and isolated them. So I'm hoping that when these start maturing, they'll all be dark ones. Because they should just be identical clones of their mothers, so... But, I don't know, maybe the coloration is actually variable. It might be an age thing, too. They might start out dark and get lighter as they age, but these dark adults that I isolated all died a couple months ago, and they were dark till the day they died, so I'm leaning towards it being a genetic thing. So, are there dog food? No. Alright. Well, that's everything on that shelf done, so I finished both my racks. I just have a few non shelved containers spread around my room to take care of. I'll probably get to those tomorrow. I have to pack stuff tomorrow. Maybe I'll do another live stream as I'm packing and doing the little bit of maintenance that I have. I don't know. Let me know if you guys would be interested in that. But for now, I'm signing off. I'll try to do this every week and just see if people keep coming or at least watch the dead streams. But yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing more of these maintenance streams where I just ramble and rant about random bug stuff, let me know. And I will see you all next time. Blind you. Okay, actually. Oh, okay. I think I end it here. Alright, bye.